just a name. What matters is the fire, the heart that aim. You walk with wisdom, steady and true. A living lesson in all that you do. You study the giants, stood on the ground. Bennett, Clark, and Jeffries, the wisdom you found. You read the past like a lantern's glow. Then turn that light so the young ones know. Dr. Reggie, we celebrate you. A master teacher, shining through. Living treasure, deep and kind. You lift the people, mind by mind. For the world to see. In history, religion, culture too. You uncover truth and make it new. A researcher sharp with a patient hand, building bridges across the land. You speak with honor, calm and clear, and every room leans in to hear. You carry knowledge like a well-worn flame, passing it onward in your name. Dr. Reggie, we celebrate you. A master teacher, shining through. Living treasure, deep and kind. You lift the people, mind by mind. Oh, Dr. Reggie, hear the praise. Your legacy lives in 1,000 ways. Respect to the elder, strong and free. You are a beacon for the world to see. Oh, not the title, but the way you live, the wisdom you embody, the care you give. You teach with grace, you lead with sight, turning all truths into guiding light. We celebrate you, a master teacher, shining through, living treasure, deep and kind. You lift the people, mind by mind. Oh, Dr. Reggie, hear the praise. Your legacy lives in 1,000 ways. Respect to the elder, strong and free. You are a beacon for the world to see. Doctor, brother, it's just a name. What matters is the fire, the heart that aim. You walk with wisdom, steady and true.
Peace to the family, peace to the family, peace to everybody. This is your brother Reggie, man. You know how we put it in, man. Man, if y'all didn't see me, man, at that debate, man, y'all missed everything. Y'all missed everything, right? I'm not gonna play the champ is here, but I'm gonna say Mayweather got a stake on his eye. Now we got some other issues that we have to deal with, right? So we got this Dahomey squad, right? They are embarrassing regurgitators. They're not researchers. They're AI. They got an AI dude on stack, right? Who don't know how to use AI. And then we got people building straw arguments all day, right? And then we got this other cat, man, official hater who came on. King J embarrassed them, man. And yo, the pseudo killers is on deck, yo. The pseudo killers is on deck. They not playing. They watching everything. They are going to get rid of this new age, esoteric, mystical stuff that these people are doing and return our people back to indigenous Africa. Man, as they say, man, this is a new day, bro. This is the New Day family. I done cracked the egg, cracked the shell, right? Broke the foundation of the building, right? I'm going to get to that, but I want to start with these Dahomey squads. Now, why would 3 able-bodied men call themselves, and shout out to the pseudo killers, because this is what they said, this is what they meant, and they're going to be on, right, with the community of skeptics. Shout out to Uncle Keck. Why would 3 able-bodied black men call themselves based on slave trading, female biatches? I didn't use the bad word. I called them biatches. Why would, think about their research and methodology. Think about this. Why would 3 men, that's sa.neter, that's sa.neter, and that's this dude calling himself Saber, self-made title, Rakufu, call themselves based on female slave traders? Why would they even come on the show and not tell you why they called themselves these slave trading biatches? Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they give you the history of Dahomey to give us some feeling of why they called themselves that? Well, I know why. They have poor research methodology. They are regurgitators, and they are just bad for our community. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Now we have proof that our community has resorted to past Google scholarship to only AI scholarship without any analysis. But they're not even doing AI analysis. That's the bad thing about it, right? So what Brother Reggie is going to do is Brother Reggie is going to start. Well, let me put up a video. Let me go find a video. Let me go find a video of Dahomey. Again, why would 3 black men cosplay as female warriors? Why would they cosplay as female warriors? I can't get that. Who were slave traders? Why would they cosplay? Oh, I heard them. And your family, I heard them. Well, we're West and Central Africans. Yeah, we are. But the Dahomey group, largely, they didn't get caught. We're not the Dahomey groups, largely, right? We are the ones that the Dahomey groups drag to the ports. So we're really not them, right? We are other Africans, Western Central Africans, but not them. But they are them, right? That's who they are, because it bugs the imagination for me that they would call themselves cosplay female warriors and then not tell us anything about the Dahomey people and the slave trade. So let me go and find a video that I want to play. Yeah, okay. I think this one sums it up. Let's go back to StreamYard and let's play this for a second. Okay. Okay. So, are y'all with me? Am I making sense, y'all? Is something wrong that they would call themselves not Nehes Squad, not Atbea Squad, not Nakata Squad, not Napata Squad, not something heroic and useful to our people? They would call themselves something that caused us to be enslaved. right? Does that make sense to y'all? So let's put this video on, and maybe I can do a kind of a reaction video on it for a second. Oh, it's on, but I got to reshare it with sound. So let me stop sharing and reshare it. Make sure the sound is on it. So maybe I can do a reaction video on it. Window here, system audio. So I got it. I got it. I know exactly who they are. Um, they are reaction type uh, pseudo scholars. They didn't get us to Kemet. They didn't get us to Nehes. They didn't get us um, with any. They didn't give us any quality information. All they do is come in and make their comments. They had a chance to teach, but did they really teach or did they really regurgitate? So let's go and play some of this for you, right? Um, and oh, wow. Let me just say this. As promised, I did publish my article on the debate. I am waiting for it to be in the search engines. And then once it's in the search engines, then I'll tell you how to get it so there'll be no trouble. But I wrote a 22-page analysis of the former Mayweather. 22 pages. 22 pages of his shifting, straw man arguments, his mixing up terms, uh, real and literal, like that was the debate, real, off topic conversations, and um, hey, it's something to extend the content. Y'all like content, right? Well, I'm putting his name in print as I promised. That's step one. Step one, I'm putting his name in print. He knows what's coming. That's step two. He knows what's coming. That's step two. Because he's going to be held accountable for what he said. He can chuckle and laugh and do his ha ha ha, only one of us conversations. But at the end of this, I will probably, what I will probably do is give you my abstract on the paper that I wrote. And then we'll go forward. You can believe whoever you want to believe. Juan, you can't. You really can't tell from the, you would have to be in the building, right? So I don't need to brag. I don't need to boast. What I did was historic, and shout out to everybody who made an analysis on it, whether it's good or bad. But shout out to the pseudo killers and the community skeptics. Shout out to Pastor Bennett, right? Shout out to Captain Tazariak. Shout out to Yara. Shout out to Apostle. Shout out to Easy Bands. Shout out to everybody who's ever debated or gives channel content. And the people that we're talking about today, these people, they're just regurgitators. They're bad for our community. So home team history. Oh, home team history. I don't know if I want to use them. They might, I don't know. Maybe I'll just scroll. No, I'm going to do somebody else because I don't want them to even think about striking the page. So I got to go and find somebody else than home team history. So let me just see. Not that they're bad people or anything like that, but they they run their title tight. So let's go to let's see, somebody else. Okay, how many minutes is this? Okay, so let's go here.
The Dahomey Amazons were an all-female army called the
Okay, so let's listen to some of this, and then I'll start my paper, right? But why would 3 able-bodied men cosplay and become woman warriors, right? I mean, I had my own points of it, but the pseudo killers, they was like, ain't they? Ain't they women warriors? And so they're gonna be tearing them up, but I don't think that they're gonna last too much longer anyway. But so let's play a little bit of what's going on here. Okay, and then I'll get into my presentation. Okay, so where we at? Here we go. Three able-bodied black men cosplaying as female warriors. You can't make this up in 2026. Let's see what's going on here.
They first appeared in written history in 1729 until the downfall of Dahomey by the French in 1896. The Dahomey was notoriously known for their barbaric slave raids, mass human sacrifices, and trophies in the form of decapitated heads. They thrived.
Decapitated heads, mass murder. That's what they're famous for. Kimnetta, that's what they're famous for. Oh, AI expert Rakufu, that's what they're famous for. Seven Asar, let's go.
For war and bloodshed. Some women soldiers were recruited from free Dahomeyan women who enrolled voluntarily to have position and wealth. Fathers or husbands who were displeased with their daughter or wife's behavior would complain to the king, resulting in the daughter or wife being involuntarily enrolled to become an Agoji.
Husband and wife upset with their daughter would send their daughter to be a slaver.
It was also not uncommon for foreign captives to be forced to become Agoji warriors. Children were forcefully enrolled with
foreign captives forced to be enrolled in a slave trading army. But now we have men cosplaying it.
Some starting training from as young as 8 years old. Training was
8 years old. How cruel this group of Africans were.
Brutal and made the women warriors to be emotionless killing machines. The Agoji were
made black women, African women, emotional killing machines. And we have today the Dahomey Squad. You can't make this up.
The leaders of the slave raids. They would ravage and burn down peaceful neighboring villages. Most women and children would be captured and sold into slavery through the Atlantic slave trade. Most men and the elderly would be killed. The Agoji would remove the heads off the body.
They would kill the elders. That's what the Dahomey Squad wants to do. They want to kill the elders and replace them with their BS research. That's what they're doing in real time in 2026.
And bring them to their king as war trophies. Any woman that refused to conduct mass slave raids or the killing and beheading of people would be captured themselves, sold into slavery, or executed by the king. Each Agoji warrior kept slaves of their own. They would be paid by their king for every slave captured and for every decapitated head. Please consider.
They were headhunters. They were headhunters, right? These group of women were made into Manchurian candidates. Well, we have some today on YouTube, even on Black News 102. Manchurian candidates. Let's go.
Subscribing to my channel and hitting that like button, it would really help me out. According to the slavery archival logs, the Dahomey were responsible for the capture and sale of over 440,000 people. This makes 1/3.
Wait, so you are going to call yourself on behalf of a group that is recorded to have captured 440,000 Africans. And you're going to come in this community and you think this community is going to accept you. Press 1 if this is crazy, y'all.
Of the African slaves that were sent to slave ships during the Atlantic slave trade. It is true that the Dahomeys fought for their freedom against the Oyo Empire. After being invaded by and losing.
Reggie is not killing them. Reggie is cleansing our community of misguided scholarship so it does not infect us all. Anyone who calls themselves an enemy of our people in real time in front of your face and you don't have a reaction to it, then you're not doing your job. That means you either a victim of the hustle. What I'm trying to do is give you good analysis to see the hustle that comes. We have lots of hustles in America. We have somebody, I'm a master of economics. There's going to be more jobs. There's going to be more safety. There's not going to be no new wars. And you don't see it when it comes. And then when it comes, then you are embarrassed, right? Because you voted, right? So we have all these people on our channel that was voting for the current president, right? The current president told America he doesn't care about the poor, doesn't care about the farmers, he doesn't care about the miners, he doesn't care now about the soldiers. But now on our channel, we have a group of men cosplaying as female warriors, female slave trading warriors. Let's go. I missed this part. Here's a map. Let's go.
96. The Dahomey was notoriously known for their barbaric. Elderly would be killed. The Agoji would remove the heads off the bodies and bring them to their king as war trophies. Any woman that refused to conduct mass slave raids or the killing and beheading of people would be captured themselves, sold into slavery, or executed by the king. Each Agoji warrior kept slaves of their own. They would be paid by their king for every slave captured and for every decapitated head. Please consider subscribing to my channel and hitting that like button. It would really help me out. According to the slavery archival logs, the Dahomey were responsible for the capture and sale of over 440,000 people. This makes 1/3 of the African slaves that were sent to slave ships during the Atlantic slave trade. It is true that the Dahomeys fought for their freedom against the Oyo Empire. After being in
Now look at this map right here. Okay, so there's Benin, there's Ife, the Oyo, and then on side of it is the Asante Kingdom, or the Akans. On the other side is Cameroon and the grasslands, right? And it's from this Dahomey Kingdom in Oyo that their plan was to be imperialist, using female warriors that gave you no mercy. And they're right at the border of the Asante, the Akan community. So shout out to Nana Esuru, who is a chief linguist, right, in the United States, right, who cares about our community here, right? And he'll be coming on when he gets some time, when he comes off vacation, I think, and he will be telling us about the Abosom and about the Ashanti and about Akan and about those traditions. But this group of people, named by those group of people, the three cosplayers, Kimnetta, Rakufu, and Seven Asar, they act like they care about African people, but they call themselves a group of people responsible for the murder and enslavement. And they gave you no reason why they would call themselves female warriors, right? I want reparations from the Dahomey Kingdom. I want reparations now from them three dudes, right?
Invaded by and losing in warfare in 1730, Dahomey was forced to make annual payments to Oyo in the form of slaves as their taxes. This, although, did not mean that the Dahomey did not prosper. The Dahomey was...
Shout out to Black News 102, sa.neter Studios, the greatest promoter, king of consciousness. And he gave you an opportunity. He gave you so many opportunities to watch that debate. And he's giving you more opportunity to continue the conversation, because we're learning here. And listen, I am being real. I am being as real, as cold as iced tea. These dudes are bozos to be calling themselves the Dahomey. Look at the pictures. Look what they are doing to African people. And then they come in your face and act like, oh, this didn't happen. They're worse than the slave traders and the modern day groups of people who said the slave trade didn't happen. I mean, this is FBA on steroids. Matter of fact, the FBA is not as bad as these people, right? These people, their mind has been snatched. Let's go.
Making a fortune off the capture and sale of slaves, even during the rule of the oil empire. The business of slavery is what brought Dahomey most of its wealth. In 1832, King Gezo's Dahomey army defeated oil and became an independent empire. Gezo was king of the Dahomey from 1818 to 1858 and was known for his military reform. During Gezo's reign, the Ogoji became a significant part of the Dahomeyan military, expanding from roughly 600 women to as many as 6,000, and while colonization by the Europeans was indeed a concern, this didn't escalate until several years after the King Gezo's reign. While Portugal's demand for slaves in Brazil increased in 1830, the British started a campaign to abolish the slave trade in Africa. The British government ended slavery in 1835 and began putting significant pressure on King Gezo in the 1840s to end the slave trade in Dahomey. King Gezo responded to these requests by saying he was unable to end the slave trade because of...
Okay, so in this kingdom, there were male chiefs and bureaucrats and administrators. There were men in the army, but the women were largely the army. And then even in the administration, which I'll talk about, it was binary. For every male, there was a female watching over them. What I'm trying to figure out is this Dahomey squad? I don't know if they're the male part or the female part. Because to see the problem with the Dahomey squad, you would at least have females in their squad. Because it's the Dahomey squad. Female warriors, men bureaucrats. But here you don't have any females at all. You have 3 black males. Press 1 if there's something wrong with that. Because the Dahomey squad is known for female warriors, right? Who monitor men. In their squad, there are no women. There's Elder sa.neter. Elder sa.neter popped in. I don't know what he's going to say, your brother Reggie, boy.
No, Reggie. What I want to say is, brother, is that you're doing a hell of a good job. This right here, man, is damn. This is a bomb drop right now, and I think you're gonna really force the Dahomey tribe, the Dahomey brothers, to really come up with a better name, and it's all right because you just got to say to yourselves and to your group, my brother Seven Asar, my brother
Rakufu and
Rakufu, you got to say to yourselves or say to each other that we rushed to judgment. We rushed and we made a mistake. Don't let the ego get in the way, because if you don't, the Dahomey is not going to get off the ground. You just got to sit back, strategize a better name for yourselves, and do better. That's all, brother. Don't let the ego get in the way, man.
And sa.neter, he hijacked our real brother Kim Netter. You know Kim Netter in the Black Panther Party.
There was only one Kim Netter.
Right. So this guy, say what?
There's only one Kim Netter.
And it's not this dude.
I can bring Kim Netter on, man. Kim Netter would go in.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we both seen Kim Netter the other day, remember?
Yeah, we saw Kim Netter, and look, Kim Netter is hard body. He's hard body. He didn't been shot sa.neter about 4 or 5 times. And
yeah. He was blood. He got caught up by the Crips.
Yeah.
I think it was in California.
Yeah.
He got shot up, man, and he made it. He still made it.
And then he recently had a fight, sa.neter, and he punched a dude in the chest, and the dude caught a heart attack, and he caught that case, but he beat that. So real Kim Netter, like the real sa.neter, those are warriors. This group of people, you have
hey, my brother said, sa.neter, why didn't you say that when I brought that up yesterday? I don't know. Did I see it yesterday when you brought it up? Because sometimes I miss something. So, I mean, I'll miss it. But see, what Reggie doing is, Reggie not just talking, he's showing it. That's a big difference. This is a dagger right here. So I don't know if 7 of them is in the building, or they probably scared to come in and click and ask you questions. I don't know, but
no, they got to explain to the people. Like they already on my bad side. So they got to explain to our people why they call themselves female slave trading women. They got to explain to people, not me. I don't want to hear nothing from them. Nothing. Right? So but
hey, I'm getting ready to get out of here, Reggie. Hey, yo, I'm requesting that all my people, if you can, please support Brother Reggie. I only made $5 yesterday, Reggie. $5. So whatever you didn't give me, give it to my brother Reggie. He's going in. He's digging up research for y'all. And just look out for our brother, man, because this is what he do. He do this for y'all. So we got to do something nice for him.
Because after that lunch money thing, hey, Brother Reggie is going hard. I'm not going to do it on your channel, but I can't sleep at night, yo. I can't sleep at night. And nobody's professionally has ever tried to do something like that to me. They don't know me, Sa.
They damn sure don't.
I don't know. The dude don't know me, dude. I don't know what he's thinking of. I think that, you know what, it'd be you know what, sometimes, sa.neter, you keep the stuff, the hostilities down, right?
Right.
If they started like that whack 100 stuff in that little comment, right? Then we don't do that. I never do that on your channel. I might call somebody a name, huh?
Tribe of Gad 13. Tribe of Gad. I freed you from YouTube prison yesterday. I freed a lot of y'all. So all I'm asking y'all to do is just keep your comments respectful. And you can disagree if you want, but keep the comments respectful and you won't get blocked. See, I don't be blocking you, but it be other people blocking you. Peace to Queen Dots. I see Dots in the building. And so, Reggie, I asked yesterday to all of the moderators, don't block nobody. Just put them on a 24-hour timeout if they getting rude and disrespectful. See them tomorrow. Put them on the 24-hour timeout. You know? And Dots, I saw that the interview y'all did. Beautiful interview, sis, with that sister that you sent me.
Shout out to Dots.
Peace to you, Reggie. Last time, make sure y'all support our brother Reggie. He do this for y'all, man. Peace, Reggie. I'm out.
Okay, and I stand up. Thank you so much, sa.neter. So let's get back. So over here, you have this woman over here, but I don't know if she's a woman. She might be a man because you have another woman here, right, in traditional clothing, and she got the white hat on. So what is these Dahomey squad people doing to our women, right? I mean, they hate Africa, bro. And your family, anybody that they hate Africa because this is what's going on, and now it's going on Black News 102, sa.neter Studios. Men cosplaying as women, knowing full well what these people did. Okay, let's continue. Now, it's funny, the person who's narrating this is a European. And what we expect on our channel is for our people, Black women, Sister Freedom and Dots and Queen Issa and Nepal and all of the women that come on our channel, right? And they give largely good content. The women on our platform give largely good content. But now, so we have men overtaking them with a big show, and then they don't even tell you who the people at Dahomey is. Let's play more, right? Bring the women up front. These homogenized, pasteurized, I don't know, what is it? They got gender problems, calling themselves women, yo. Let me share this back up. What happened to it? I gotta add this back to the stage. I don't know if you can hear it now, but I think so. Okay, so let's play a little bit more of this. Listen, as far as I'm concerned, those three stooges, I'm going to bang on them every time they come on, and so should you. They violated Africa, bro. They violated the family. They violated the family by trying to make the Dahomey people a household name. They violated us. Let's go.
domestic pressure and said, quote, "The slave trade is the ruling principle of my people. It is the source and the glory of their wealth. The mother lulls the child to sleep with notes of triumph over an enemy."
That woman got a mustache on, so I don't know if this is the heart of African transgenderness. Maybe the men in the tribe was concerned that they weren't getting as much rights, so then they dressed up as women, right? Because this looks like something in Queer Town, right? But these three black men in our community come up here with their little AI hocus pocus, get loud, curse people out, act like they're smart, and this is what they're doing to our people. So no, Brother Reggie gonna fight for the family. Nope.
Reduced to slavery, unquote. The Dahomeys did not just sell war captives through the slave raids. They captured and sold people from peaceful neighboring villages. Those who weren't sold.
Peaceful neighboring villages, not their enemies. These three dudes, I don't even want to call them by their names no more. We are peaceful. We want information. And this is what they intellectually do to us. Okay, let's go.
Killed were kept for annual human sacrificing. A minimum of 500 captives would be
human sacrifices. In the 1800s, in the 1700s, you see there's a woman on a stake. There's knives out there. This is an early drawing. So they all get a piece of this woman. This is the group of people that you put in front of us. A group of crazy men who are bureaucrats and women put up to the task. If they don't do it, they themselves will be enslaved. Let's go.
Used for annual custom sacrifices. It is told 4,000 captives were beheaded as a celebration for a new reigning king.
How many were beheaded? How many beheaded? Did they say 4,000? 4,000. Okay. Okay.
Human sacrifices were also conducted when a new Agoji was recruited. When a reigning king died, they would sacrifice thousands of captives.
Wait, thousands of Africans died by the Dahomey squad. Thousands of Africans died when a new king came. Thousands of Africans would be sacrificed. And this group of people want to call themselves that. I want to know who's the mastermind of it. Was it sa.neter? Was it sa.neter? Or was it Rakufu? Rakufu, you not no saber, bro. You not no saber, right? You one time you was calling yourself Sabat, but you're not no teacher, bro. Right? So one of them is responsible, but all three of them went along with it. Okay, let's go.
King Gezo proposed an expansion of palm oil trade and a gradual abolishment of the slave trade. They stopped selling slaves through the Atlantic slave trade, but still conducted slave raids, capturing free people to work in their fields for their palm oil trade.
Somebody in the chat says, you could say this about any group of people in history. I'm concerned about my group. I'm not concerned about anybody else's group, and you should be concerned about our group. But if you're an apologist, that means you condone this. You're excusing it, right? So should your daughter be sacrificed? Should your grandchild be sacrificed? Should your mother be sacrificed? Beheaded? See, that's the weakness of us. That's a weakness. So you continue being apologetic, but other people, the Jews say no more. They say no more, not one. But we got, other people do it. You know, it's not a problem. Shout out to sa.neter. Shout out to sa.neter. Shout out to Rakufu. Shout out to them. Because everybody, all humans do it. So you're a traitor, right? Or you just went for it. Let's continue.
Because of Abiyakuta, the new Yoruba people, who did not participate in slavery, had become the new palm oil capital of the region, which became King Gezo's competition.
So the Yoruba did not participate in slavery, but the Dahomey groups, Rakufu, his ancestors must be them, Rakufu and Kimnetta, their ancestors of them. They, and who's the other one? Seven Asar. That must be their ancestors. They must have shrines to them in their houses. So the Yoruba people did not participate in slavery, but these people did. Okay, this is 1851. Dahomey attacks Abeokuta. Abeokuta.
In 1851, King Gezo attacked Abeokuta, but failed to overthrow them, and since palm oil was no longer a lucrative option, King Gezo continued to trade slaves even though the British now made it illegal to deport slaves through the Atlantic slave trade. They continued to trade slaves within Africa until the French overthrew the Dahomey Empire in 1894.
God dang it, the French had to stop it. The French had to stop it. And these three clowns call themselves the Dahomey Squad. Like when you bring history into bear and then you bring into their mentality, right? And the sides that they take against, they want to act like they're your friends, but you can't trust them. You can't trust them because their mindset is not to do research. Their mindset is to fool you into thinking that they are your friends. All kin folks is not our friend folks, right? And anybody that does anything like this to a fragile community, right? They need to be outed. As far as I'm concerned, no more shows. I don't trust them. Neither should you.
The Dahomey would get up to $60 per slave, which would be around $2,279 today. Francisco Felix de Souza, born 1754 and died 1849, was a Brazilian slave trader. He helped Gezo ascend to the throne in 1818 in a coup, which meant to overthrow a current reigning king.
Shout out to Easy Bands.
He became Chacha to King Gezo. De Souza was a major slave trader and merchant who traded in palm.
Oh, we know De Souza. De Souza created a whole colony of children, right? His slavers were his own children, right? His own children of African women. He made his kind of own Dahomey group of people, the Souza, right? I'm just telling you, our people are sick, y'all. Our people are sick.
Oil, gold, and slaves, and is known as the greatest slave trader. Trading slaves from what was then the Dahomey region continued to market slaves after the trade was abolished. In most jurisdictions, he was apparently so trusted by the locals in Dahomey that he was awarded the status of a chieftain. King Glele succeeded his father, King Gezo, and ruled from 1858 to 1889. Despite the formal end of the slave trade and its interdiction by the Europeans, he continued slavery. His fields were primarily cared for by slaves, and slaves became a major source of messengers to his ancestors in ceremonies meaning sacrificial victims. In 1860, he met with William Foster, captain of the American ship Clotilda, the final ship to illegally take slaves to the United States. The last slave ship, Clotilda, that left Dahomey seas illegally transporting 115 African slaves in 1860 to America, 50 years after the slave trade was outlawed. Most of them were peaceful people who were taken from their homes. Many were children as young as 2 years old.
One of the last slave ships, the Clotilda, right, carried people from what the Dahomey people did, right, in this Strait of Benin, right? And then you have Equiano, who was captured earlier, all because of these rabid, sick Africans, and now their descendants who came on our channel for no reason whatsoever, trying to see how smart or stupid we were to embrace them with the name Dahomey Squad, and then try to sound intelligent and do a whole show about Brother Reggie, a whole show about Brother Reggie, right? But not telling you who they were. Now we know who their stinking corpses are, and they will stink in the afterlife for what they did. Not to me, but to our people watching, trying to be fragile, or being fragile and looking for information. They are stinking. They will not get an afterlife, a proper afterlife. They betrayed their people. This is not a harmless mistake, y'all. See, y'all think it's a harmless mistake. No, you got people who Google all day, who want to get in there and say our points, right? I want to debate. I want to debate Brother Reggie. I want to debate Yara. I want to debate Easy Bands. I want to debate. You ain't debating nobody. You stinking. Like, you got to know when you stink, right? So no, you are going to be clowned. You're going to have to change your name. Look at this. All of these clowns got comedic names. Kim Netter. Oh, but the Netters are not literal, but the Negro name is Kim Netter. Think about that. Oh, Netters are not literal, but I'm going to name myself Kim Netter. Let's go on to the next one. Ra Khufu. Ra, a netter. Khufu, a king. Oh, but the Netters are not literal, right? But I'm going to name myself literally a name of a netter. What's the other one? Oh, Seven of Saw. He's the worst. He's the worst. Seven of Saw. He's going to name himself also a name of a netter, but the netters are not literal. Didn't he think that when he was attacking me about whether or not the netters are literal, would he look in the mirror? No, see, this is what they do, family. They do it right in front of your face and think that you're not paying attention. They excuse all these things. Oh, Brother Reggie is beggy. Brother Reggie is asking for lunch money, right? They excuse all of that. But at the same time, they have an agenda with your minds. You let them sneak in your house. I'm asking you, right, to eradicate them, because they did nothing useful for our people. Think about it. Think about it. They are self-appointed agents. I'm not saying that they're working for somebody. I'm saying that their consciousness is tampered with. Let's go on.
It is said, if anyone in America is a descendant from an African slave, your ancestor was most likely captured and sold by the Dahomey Empire.
Wait, watch this. Listen to this again.
2 years old. It is said, if anyone in America is a descendant from an African slave, your ancestor was most likely captured and sold by the Dahomey Empire.
Let me play that again.
Anyone in America is a descendant from an African slave. Your ancestor was most likely captured and sold by the Dahomey Empire.
Oh, let me play that again.
3 American freed.
Play that again.
America is a descendant from an African slave.
Wait.
Most of them were peaceful people who were taken from their homes. Many were children as young as 2 years old. It is said, if anyone in America is a descendant from an African slave, your ancestor was most likely captured and sold by the Dahomey Empire.
Okay, I gotta play it one more time. If anybody in America is a descendant of an African slave, most likely they were captured by the Dahomey people. Let me play that again. Play that again.
3 American freed slaves were said, if anyone in America was outlawed. Most of them were peaceful people who were taken from their homes. Many were children as young as 2 years old. It is said, if anyone in America is a descendant from an African slave, your ancestor was most likely captured and sold by the Dahomey Empire.
I'm not playing with these people. See, they mess with the wrong. First, they mess with the smartest community on YouTube. Black News 102 sa.neter Studios. Then they think that they can mess with me. right? Somebody who put Kemet. I didn't start it in the House of Consciousness. No, Seti, Shaka Amos, shout out to them, right? And others. But I came to give a very, very, very important piece, which is research. I started with Kemet on Trial. And from Kemet on Trial, Black News 102 built an army, right? Of people that can now deal with people who, how can I say, push other narratives. So we didn't attack the Hebrews, Israelites. No, we didn't do that. We said, put Kemet on trial. Didn't we? We said, put us on trial. We're not going to put you on trial. Put us on trial. They did not prevail. Think about it. They put us on trial. They threw everything that they could. Everything. We didn't come back in that debate and be nasty. We just defended ourselves. Right? Right? And I'm going to tell you again, sa.neter is going to pop up and say it. But when the Himnechatepi tried to be part of the debate, I said no. Because you don't believe in what the indigenous ancient Africans believe. You believe in New Age Kemeticism. You don't believe that. You can't read the Meta-Necha. You can talk about it, but you don't believe in what the ancient people believe because you said it's not actual and it's not literal. And it's about forces and energy. So me and him, we had a disagreement about that and we debated. That debate is over. The after effects is not. I don't need to call him no names no more. All Brother Reggie got to do is write. And I'm going to write my whatever off. I'm going to put it in print. Right? Now, some people say, oh, Brother Reggie, oh, they wanted to say, oh, you're doing it because you lost, you hate, you're a sore loser. I'm not doing it because I lost. I'm not doing it because I'm jealous. I'm doing it because I put hands and feet on him. Right? And I'm going to continue with this New Age Kemet stuff, right? Until it's gone. Right? Either you're going to appreciate the indigenous African people who is credited with 4,000 or 5,000 years of pre-dynastic Egypt to the fall of Egypt, to what our great teachers told us to pay attention to, or you're going to reconstruct it. I ain't going to stop, yo. But today I'm dealing with the sycophants. I'm dealing with the regurgitators. But the regurgitators are far worse. They're far worse than the person I debated, because the person I debated at least is educated, well educated. These people, have they been to Kemet? Have they? Do they know the language? They Google stuff and they make you think that they do. Are they part of the Black movement? They got these fancy names, but they're not literal and they're not actual. But let's continue till I finish with this.
3 American freed slaves were interviewed long after their emancipation so that their stories could be told. Cujo Lewis.
Kossolo, that's his name. Kossolo, right? One of the last, that came on the last slave trade. Kossolo, who is credited with the people that they're talking about for Africa Town, right? Kossolo, an African, right? This is what he looked like. Can you tell him from a Southern African American? No. Why? Because Southern African Americans are descendants of Africans. Kossolo. But the Dahomey people and the Dahomey squad, they responsible for this.
The book Barracoon, The Story of the Last Black Cargo, is a non-fiction work by Zora Neale Hurston. It is based on her interviews in 1927 with Cujo Lewis, a living survivor of the Atlantic slave trade. Cujo's story is of the most descriptive. Cujo Lewis was born Aluele Kosola in 1841 in the West African country currently known as Benin. He was a member of the Yoruba people, more specifically the Isha, a Yoruba subgroup, whose traditional home is in the Bante region of eastern Benin. Lewis's father was Aluwale and his mother Fondlolu. He had 5 full siblings and 12 half-siblings through his father's other 2 wives. In April of 1860, at the age of 19, his village was attacked and Lewis was taken prisoner by female warriors led by King Glele of Dahomey. Along with
those who came on the last African slave ship was captured by Dahomey women. Now we have 3 males cosplaying them live on YouTube and thinking that they sound smart, when we have the last survivors of it, and they are in America. And I interviewed Costello's grandson, great grandson, and they ultimately did a series on, I think, Hulu, on returning Costello to the Kosovo back. And I was involved in that with Dr. Jahi Issa in the early days of returning Kosovo to back home, reinterred back into. I was responsible for that, right? With them, right? I interviewed him at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, trying to get him ready for production. Ultimately, he continued on, and that is the fact. Brother Reggie did, but y'all spit on Brother Reggie. Y'all literally spit on me, right? But I was involved in that, and if you get the brother to talk, he will tell you in the early days. And one day I will find the video of me interviewing him, right? And I will play it, right? So, but why? But Brother Reggie's involved in all of these things, man. I'm not important. I am a servant. You know, when you say sa.neter, servant of the divine, a servant of God, I'm a servant. Servants do what they can do, right? If I have to talk about it, I'm going to daggone tell you the truth. But if Dr. Jahi Issa was here, he would tell you that the brother and his wife came to New York, and we interviewed him and we got him ready for being able. We talked to him about the problems with reinterring. We talked to him about the church where the records were of the families, his family and the other families. We talked to him. We gave him research points. But who am I fighting against? Now I find out I'm fighting against modern day Dahomey squad people. Sheesh.
Other captives, he was taken to the slaving port of Kuuda and sold to Captain William Foster of the Clotilda. Cujo Lewis's interview describes his experiences from being captured and enslaved by the Dahomey Amazons. The Dahomey king would raise taxes knowing the villagers couldn't pay. The Dahomeys came to Cujo's village, Tukoi, requesting for resources and to give up their crop and grain, extorting them for their property and food. Cujo recounts that the Dahomeys were notorious for ravaging neighboring villages, forcing them to put up a flag. A red flag meant that they were refusing requests and would rather fight for their freedom. The white flag meant to give in and turn over whatever the Dahomeys want, including people, for the slave market. And a black flag meant their leader has fallen and there is no one leading their village. The Dahomeys preferred trophies in the form of chief and king's heads, and so they wouldn't feel it was worth their time. The Dahomey soldiers said that if they do not hand over what is requested, that there will be war. The Tukoi king insisted that the crops were for his people, and if King Glele wanted crops, he could grow them himself. One night, Cujo's village was asleep. The Dahomey army broke through their gates. Cujo explains that he woke up and saw Dahomey women soldiers with French guns and machetes. The elderly people were trying to get away, but the Ogoji were grabbing them by their hair and cutting off their heads off their bodies. They swept through the village, capturing children.
Imagine the nightmare of Kojo and his family against women killers, and then just imagine his great grandchildren having to face people calling themselves the Dahomey Squad and not think nothing of it. See, that's what they do to us. They take away our emotions, they take away our righteous rage, they take away all of this, and they put it right in front of your face to see. And in this case, to see a Black News 102 audience, right, would uh, pay it no mind. But Brother Reggie pays it mind. So the rest of this is, let's go here, because I think that you get my point on this. It's called Dahomey Amazons, Slave Traders, and Inhumane Human Sacrifices, History Untold. Okay, do y'all got that? Do you all got that? Let me see if I can put this here. No, I can't. Let's try it over here. No, I can't. But it's Dahomey Amazons, Slave Traders, and Inhumane Human Sacrifices. Anytime that these three clowns come up, right, you think about this video. All right, so let's just stop here. Okay, so let's go here. Let's go stop here. Stop sharing this screen. And then what's this right here? I'll stop sharing and share this screen. See what comes up. And okay, so now see, the difference between me is that when I have to do something like this, I write notes, and then if I want, I create a presentation for the audience. But that video did a lot for me. So let's put this up. Here's my short presentation. Hopefully some of it was missed on the debate. People say that I don't do PowerPoints. I put up my own essays, like my writing don't mean anything, like you can't write anything. I have papers that I've written and published far before AI. AI helps me write faster. It helps me research faster. But but what it says is what I wanted to say. Okay, so let's just go through some of the points, because that was a PowerPoint presentation that we saw, a video. Dahomey Amazons, fierce women warriors rising above bureaucratic male leadership. The important thing is that about what I'm saying is that the males were bureaucrats. It was the women that actually had all the force and the power. But they was managed by men. This is pimping at the extreme. In the kingdom of Dahomey, present-day Benin, the Dahomey Amazons, known locally as Mino, our mothers, or Okosi, king's wives, stood as one of history's most formidable all-female military regiments from the 17th to the late 19th century. These elite women warriors embodied raw courage, discipline, and battlefield prowess, often performing and outshining their male bureaucracy and traditional armies around them, while male officials and generals navigated layers of court politics, hierarchy, protocols, just sitting around and getting fat, and then managing what comes with the bloodshed and cautious deliberations typical of the Dahomey militaristic but administratively rigid structure. The Amazonians delivered decisive action, fierce loyalty, and transformative combat effectiveness. Big pimping. Historian Hugh Thomas, I have the book, it's like 600-700 pages, contextualized Dahomey's central role in the slave trade that fueled its economy and military. Sir Richard Burton, who visited in the 1860s, described the Amazons as formidable, noting that when they walked out of the palace, they were preceded by a slave girl carrying a bell, underscoring their rank and the fear that they commanded. Timeline of Dahomey Amazons, key periods of warrior, 17th century, that is their origins, right? Under King Huga Baja, who was a possible elephant hunter, Gebeto. Queen Hanbi established his female bodyguard unit. That's when it occurred. Early 18th century. And then on the right side, I have the male bureaucratic, but you can read it on your own. King Agaja deploys them successfully in conquest of wider regiments. They gained prominence in expansion wars. 19th century formalized into elite corps with increased budget, key roles in battles against the Oyo Empire, example Ketu and Saber, parallel command structure and influence in the Grand Council. Late 19th, they continued this BS into the late 19th century. Fierce defense against French. They fought against the French forces trying to end the daggone slavery. The Amazons played pivotal roles in wars against neighboring tribes and kingdoms, including the kingdoms of Ouida, conquered in 1727 under King Agaja, the Oyo Empire, multiple campaigns, notably under Gezo and the Egba Yoruba subgroups. They also conducted raids on various regional communities to secure captives and expand influence. Treatment of captives. Captives from these conflicts faced harsh fates. Many were enslaved and sold into the transatlantic slave trade, while others were retained domestically or subject to ritual human sacrifices during their annual custom ceremonies, especially upon a king's death. The Amazons actively participated in raids that supplied these captives. Dahomey contributed significantly to the export of tens of thousands annually, at peak farming partly of roughly 1 to 1.5 million enslaved people from the Bride of Benin. The trade was viewed as vital, with sentiments such as the slave trade and the ruling principle of my people. Originally emerging possibly as elephant hunters or palace guards, the regiment evolved in a professional fighting force. By King Gezo's reign, the Amazons became central to Dahomey's aggressive expansion. They served not only as bodyguards, but as frontline shock troops structured in parallel to the male army with their own commanders. Their brutal training emphasized endurance, marksmanship, and hand-to-hand combat, producing warriors who instilled fear and terror in their enemies. Contemporary accounts highlight how these Dahomey women surpassed male counterparts in courage and effectiveness. Pimping at the highest by African people. And you got men. I thought we would change. So now we're not men no more. We're not pimps no more. We Dahomeans. That's a new name for pimping. Dahomey Amazon women warriors, bold, adaptive, frontline leadership. Combat role, elite shock troops, bodyguards, offensive campaigns. Empowerment and status, high wealth, command roles. Legacy. If we could do this for our people, we would be unstoppable. But what we can't do is follow people like the Dahomey squad, right? Who they want to be the bureaucrats. I guess they want to control the women. But in the meantime, they're calling themselves the women. They're calling themselves the warriors. Like for me, as a student in some of the grades, it says that our people are mentally unstable. They find their ways into these programs. They get a name for them. They get an icon. We trust them, and they deceive us. Let me see what the chat got to say before I go on. How many people in the chat? Now I'm looking at the chat. Is Brother Reggie wrong? Press 1. Is Brother Reggie wrong for highlighting this? Is Brother Reggie wrong for seeing something straight in our faces and nobody's checking them? No, Easy Bands checked them. Who else checked them? A few people checked them. King J checked them. But I'm not just checking them. I'm burying them. I'm burying their stinking selves, and I'm bringing them back up, stinking, right? So that even the animals don't touch them. And I'm gonna leave them out there. Because see, this all started when they were regurgitating. They picked a fight with Brother Reggie based on a debate between me and Jabari. They don't know Jabari. Jabari doesn't talk about them. When they come on, Jabari just listens to them. Jabari does his own work. Whether I agree with it and don't agree with it, I don't agree with everything. I don't disagree with everything he says. But if I disagree with something, I disagree with it. They interjected themselves. And then after the debate, they got big mouths. So then they go and do not a show on Dahomey. They do a show on literal their points. And they got Eat Up Alive by King J. I'm going to add some points. I'm going to add some points to it. So let me go and see what I want to say about it. So let me just stop sharing the screen. My points are really simple. What they did was they built a straw man arguments about what people said and what they didn't say. They didn't see Dr. Ricketti's nuances. This is Dr. Ricketty Amen. She's the one who took her time to teach the community the meta-nature. She has great students. She has a school. And then they want to say, well, she didn't say what she said. So they're not attacking Brother Reggie. They're attacking my teacher. They weren't attacking Brother Reggie because Brother Reggie's sources are my teachers. Wasn't attacking me. Was attacking my teachers. Straw man arguments about Infadishi. Infadishi, a great meta-nature teacher in our community, also in Harlem. Teaches people, holds classes on the meta-nature. One of the best ones that we can actually go and talk to. He's accessible. He's attacking my teachers. My teacher didn't say that they were actual, that they were real, and they were literal. He said it, but they're saying that he didn't say it like the way that they wanted to say it. No. He said it as a meta-nature teacher. The natures are actual, they're real, they're literal. Or are they metaphors? No, better said, manifestations. Right? He talked about allegories. Right? The fact of the matter is, he said the same thing to both me and my opponent. My opponent did not put up what Infadishi said in the debate. All I have to do is show you what Infadishi said. Infadishi said he told us both. So why wouldn't he put up part of what Infadishi said and not the whole thing? Why would he use part of what Infadishi said and exclude the? So that was the debate. I'll get to the debate later. That's not today. That's not the debate. I'm not going to do that today. What I'm doing today is dealing with these slave trading biatches. Slave trading, I say a bad word. What's a biatch? Slave trading female biatches that they are cosplaying. That's what I'm talking about. Let's see if I can get to some of the things that they talked about. What do y'all say? Let me see the chat. You've been talking about the debate. Your side lost. You lost. I'm talking about it because they did a show. The biatches did a show on it. You think I'm stupid? You're stupid. They did their show not on the Dahomeans. They did their show on a debate. You want me to be delusional like you? Oh, I'm not going to be delusional like you, bro. They talked about it. So I'm talking about them and their motivation. So you still want to be an apologist, Para? Why don't you come on sa.neter's show, my dude, and do a presentation? I want to see where your head is at. All these, don't you notice that all of these people with comedic names are crazy? You can't trust them. I'm not talking about sa.neter. I'm talking about these new people with Kemetic names. They worse than Hoteppers. So where is my paper? Let's see if I can find my paper and read some of it. See if I can read some of it. You cannot trust these people with Kemetic names. You can't. You can't. Now they say I'm helping the Hebrews and the Israelites and the Christians. Truth helps everybody. But if you're going to believe in these groups of people, okay, it's not there. So where is it? It's not there. Do you understand what I'm saying? The people that come with these Kemetic names, as if they've been a Kemet, as if they studied with any teachers, they're the ones who come in front of your face, and you trust them because they got a Kemetic name. You don't see the hustle, right? Y'all don't see it. Give me a second. I have to find where I wrote this paper. You see the hustle? They come like they bring in gifts, and then they turn around and betray Africa. Like my whole thing is why have a debate about something being literal or not? It's an English word. Just deal with the African words. That was my complaint, right? Why disassemble Africa with a word? What does it mean not to be literal? What does it mean not to be literal? What does it mean not to be actual? Why would anybody say that they're not actual? But that's my debate. My problem is the sycophants, right? The ones that came on the side with their own agenda. Still, let me see. Where did I write it? I wrote it at, just had it. I don't know if it's let me see if it's a PDF. Let me just check. Okay, it's not a PDF, so I'm gonna check. So give me some time, family. I just have to write it. Support your brother Reggie. Oh, you're having fun? I know this is not fun, but are y'all having fun? Right? Because there's nothing that they can say. There's nothing that they can dig their way out of it. Okay, I think I have it. Let's see. Can they press 1 if they could dig themselves out of it? Press 1. I need to know from the audience. Can they dig themselves out of this massacre that I'm putting on them? I'm putting belt to ass on them. Can they dig themselves out by naming themselves slave trading women? 3 able-bodied men. Can they dig themselves out? Okay, I got it. I definitely got it. So I think I downloaded it. So let me just download it again. Can they dig themselves out of it? Oh, do you feel sorry for them? You think Brother Reggie is taking advantage of them? You think Brother Reggie's mischaracterizing them? Like, what did they come to prove? My whole point is, what did they come to prove? That they were on my opponent's side? Exporting thread. Okay, got it. So let me just wait for it to come up. What did they come to prove? They're not meta-neter experts. They don't read the meta-neter. So they Google some things. And they want to come in front of you with cosplaying as females and act like they're intelligent. Rebel the Sounds, I did talk to Brother Sanjetti, who did an excellent job. I asked Sanjetti, you forgot, does meaning in language come before symbols? He said yes. So meanings have to do with literal, and symbols have no meaning. Symbols have literal meanings. in the language before they are used as symbols. Do you get that? No, I don't think that you, Rebel. I don't know you, but I don't think that you get it because see, there's African languages that are not written. There's African languages that have no writing. They're oral traditions. Once we know what the Africans say, or any group of people who do oral tradition, once we know what they have said, then that becomes literal. Literal becomes with the symbols because you need to know the meaning of the symbols. So it has to be literal first. It's not the chicken. It's not the chicken or the egg. It's more qualified in linguistics. You need the meaning. You need to. You need to. You need to sound. You need to sound that makes the word in the language. Then the words give you meaning, and then you can expand the meanings to expressions, which are symbols, art, hand gestures, etc. But you need language. But you need that first. But you don't. You not on that level, bro. You're not on that level because the fact of the matter is, what happens now is that those people that we discussed in the debate, they had symbols, they had writing. So you're going to punish them for having a written language because the language is symbolic, but everything in the language has a meaning. You don't. You're not. You not. You just not there, bro. You just ain't did enough. Where's Uncle Keck, man? Uncle Keck could tell you about where indigenous African beliefs, right? African cultures that we know have language, the Khoisan, the Xhosa people in Southern Africa, right? Right? They may not have written, but you're going to tell me that what they meant were not literal? So now you set up a premise to attack all African beliefs. So where's my paper? Okay, so let me put some things down in my paper. So what I did is I got the transcript of their BS, and I started to write. Is this it? Okay, this is it. Let's see, this is it. Is this it? Yeah, I think this is it. Okay, so we share my screen again. Stop sharing. And I'm getting tired. It just frustrates me. Nana Sudo, this just frustrates me with my people. Where is the Amazon window? I think this is it. Okay. I write like I write. Oh, you didn't source it right. Wait. No, Brother Reggie didn't source anything. Okay, okay. You convinced me he did source it, but I don't like his sources. Oh, why don't you like his sources? Because I'm a college professor. Okay, you're a college professor. Okay, fine. How did you source? You put a picture of a book. You put a picture of the book. Then you put the picture of the author. Then you put the page number, and you call that proper sourcing. But he's a college professor. He can do what he for now. You're a college professor for now. Trust me when I tell you. Don't think that Brother Reggie don't got no legs, y'all. Brother Reggie got legs in academia. Don't think that I ain't got no legs. Look at who my teachers are. They all PhDs. You don't think that Brother Reggie got legs in academia? You forgot that Brother Reggie did a federal case and a state case? You forgot that? Brother Reggie knows law? You think I don't know what you think about me, bro. Right? I don't know what y'all think about me. I think you think I'm a YouTube character. No. Now, I do come on YouTube. I do try to do good shows. I do try to educate. I don't just talk, right? I give you. Anyway, semantic manipulation, straw definitions, and false claims about Brother Reggie in the literal or not literal presentation. I didn't have time to spell everything out right, so um, I pulled the transcript, and then the transcript gives me these errors. Before I do that, I'm gonna take some water. I got to drink some water. Y'all having fun? Hope you're having fun. And I'm gonna tell you some things about their conversation. Wait a second. Oh, Coach Keith, thank you so much. Dwayne H, thank you so much. Born Dog, thank you, my good brother. Born Dog is my day one. When everybody left Brother Reggie, Born Dog was still there. I've had some hard times. KOT, thank you so much. Demand, thank you so much. I so appreciate your comment. Christine Naja, I love you. Nana Asudo, thank you so much. And Nana Asudo, he is going to be on. He's going to talk about traditional African. You're just going to have to wait for it. But he is a real chief linguist trained by the Ashantis in the United States. And they give you an opportunity if you want to learn about their culture and then learn about their bosom, which is uh, like the Netaru. They give you an opportunity to learn. You don't have to be what they are, but if you're willing to learn, at least that's an education for you. They're in Philadelphia, or at least Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, and they have a great society that's respected, right? But he is, when you see him, he's in his traditional world, right? And he presents himself as a chief, right? He's patient, he's calm, he's poised, he's well trained. He speaks the language, he knows the customs, he knows when other people are faking a funk, right? He gives good counsel, and he is concerned about my uh, delivery. Uh, some of he's concerned about my feelings, but and we had a discussion about it, and he gave me the better judgment, and I respect his better judgment, but I have to be true to my mother and my father and what they taught me first. He gave me wise counsel, but in my understanding of Africa, if a person does you wrong, they just can't say sorry. They have to offer sacrifice, or you sacrifice them. So I'll get to that part of it with that individual later, but not a pseudo crocobor, he's coming. So semantic manipulation, straw definitions, and false claims about Brother Reggie in the literal or not literal presentation. This paper argues that the presentation by Seven Assault, Kimnetta, and Rakufu is weakened not only by unstable definitions and semantic manipulation, but also by false, unsupported, and rhetorically loaded claims about me. Because that's what they were talking about in the debate. Across the transcript, the speakers repeatedly redefine key terms such as literal, real, netter, God, manifestations, and symbolic without first fixing their sense. Then introduce victory over positions that they themselves have redefined. So they create a straw man about my statements. They refute it, but they never really define the terms. themselves. They criticize Dr. Ricchetti. Seems like she said this, that, the third, but they don't tell you what it is. The mere fact is, to tell me what the Neteru is, you have to go to the lexicon, right? When you go to the lexicon, you're going to see God first, then you're going to see divine, which is things sacred, and then you're going to see things like concepts, right? Those are tertiary. But you're going to see equation with God, not the Western God, but a concept of God. But they think it's like a Western God. It's not a Western God. They mean like a creator or some entity of cosmology. Divinity is better stated to me as revered and respected. So the same pattern appears in their treatment of Brother Reggie. Instead of accurately presenting a defined opposing position, they speak about him as though he represents a crude, unscholarly, and easily dismissed view. While failing to quote, define, or source the actual position they are supposedly refuting. The result is a double distortion, semantic straw man against the literist position, and personalized straw man against Brother Reggie himself. Brother Reggie's the bad guy. Brother Reggie debated their champion. The champ is here, right? But what is their actual thesis? What did they put in writing? What did their research show? Oh, they did the Dahomey squad. They did slave trading biatches. The central semantic fraud. The most basic defect in the presentation is that the speakers treat literal as if it only has one meaning, while using it in several different senses at once. In debate and philosophical analysis, ambiguity becomes manipulative when a speaker moves between meanings of a contested term without acknowledging the shift. That's exactly what happened in their BS presentation. A careful debate would distinguish at least four questions. Or the Neteru literal in the sense of being ontologically real beings? Are they literal there? Or the Neteru literal in the sense of being historical actors within Egyptian religious thoughts? Are they literal there? Or the Neteru literal in the sense of being represented non-metaphorically in text and images? Is there evidence of that? Or the Neteru literal in the sense of being biologically embodied creatures? Wow, that's pretty much where they want to go. However, the Neteru, or the cosmic deities, and the Neteru, or humans, plants, animals, insects, and then concepts, right? Principles. So the Neteru is things that they classified in existence. So, are they literal in the sense of being biologically embodied creatures like the Kepra beetle? The transcript collapses all of these into one flattened category. Once a collapse is made, the speakers can disprove one weak version of literalness and pretend that they have disproved every other version as well. Let's talk about sa.neter. Undefined opposition between real and literal. Well, me and my opponent agreed that they were real. So that's not even a conversation. We both agree that they're real. So sa.neter opens with the claim that the Kemetic people didn't look at the Neteru as literal, but as real. How does he know that? Did he source that? No, he didn't source that. He just claimed it. And repeats that the ancient Egyptians believed these things were real, but not literal. Well, that's a claim. Where's the source? No source. That sounds careful, but it's actually the first major evasion. The statement only works if real and literal are clearly distinguished, yet the presentation never defines either term. Do you get it? Do you actually get it? First of all, we are not arguing that they're real. We agree. I agree. Right? But what he fails to do is argue the other point that that in the statement, my opponent said that it were not actual. So now there's a big problem if something is real but not actual. That's vague. So the vagueness you can slip in and out. So that lets Seven of Swords posture a nuance while saying almost nothing precise. If literal means physical bodies exactly matching iconography, then real but not literal may be coherent. But if literal means actual existing divine beings, then saying that they were real but not literal becomes confused or self-defeating. So his language trades on the audience assumption that these two words naturally oppose each other when they don't. A being can be real, literal, symbolically represented, and ritually mediated at the same time. But he's a slave trader female. Right? Cosplaying as a female. He's not a female. He's cosplaying as a female. So I don't take anything. I have no respect for him. And I will fight him every time he comes on this platform if I feel that it's not wasting my time. But he's wasting our time. Okay, so now Rakufu. Now, he's all off topic. Rakufu compounds the problem by repeatedly moving from interpretation to assertion without making a shift. He says that the earliest Egyptian religious literature suggests that divine reality begins not with many independent gods, but with a unified source. Source that. In the Nile Valley, they're interrelated. So you can talk about the Kimino, which is Hu, Heka, the Kimino, which is Amen, Amenet, Nununet, Kekeket, and Hehehet. Right? This is the Kimino cosmology. They're all interrelated. They have relations with each other. If you use the normal Ra cosmology, right? They're families. They have father, son, daughter, right? Grandmother. They're related, right? They're family, just like you have in the Obosom, and you have the Ife groups, and you have the Ama groups. They're interrelated. You have Dr. Baba Banachi's explanation of Kepera, where Kepera is just talking about transformation, where there's really no God, right? There's no deity. It's just movement. None of these statements are neutral descriptions of what cited texts explicitly say. They are theological synthesis. That does not make them illegitimate, but it does mean that they must be argued as interpretations, not smuggled in as if the text state them plainly. The words, therefore, in his symbolic conclusion, is doing fraudulent labor. It pretends that the conclusions follow directly from the cited material, when the arguments actually depend on unspoken premises about metaphor, images, ontology, and divine representation. African culture, their thoughts about nature, their civilizations are very complicated. You cannot make them binary. So his handling of nature is equally slippery. He says nature does not simply mean God in the modern Western sense. Okay, which may be fair as caution, but then he turns that caution into a license for a much larger metaphysical rewrite. A warning against simplistic English gloss does not prove that the Egyptian deities were merely principles, manifestations, or symbolic functions. It only proves the translation requires care. So Rakufu's method is not rigorous, demythologizing. It's interpretive inflation. It's gas. It's just gas. I mean, every time he comes on, he's eating a plate. It's just gas. The text says one thing, he infers several more, but he has no expertise in the area. Okay, Kim Netter. Kim Netter is the master of all of this. I think it's Kim Netter that created the Dahomey term. Kim Netter is not a stupid dude at all. He's the master of it. Kim Netter's section is the clearest example of semantic misuse because he repeatedly takes a cautious or broad claim, narrows it, exaggerates it, and then attacks the exaggerated version. Creates this crazy straw man. This classic straw man structure recasts the opponent's view into a more vulnerable form, refute the weaker form, then declare the original view defeated. Let's see how this works. Kim Netter quotes Dr. Richetti as saying in the text, it seems to be the totality of all existence. And it seems to be that everything exists as the nature. Then notes that she later says people, plants, animals, stones, trees, concepts, principles, the river, and the sky are referred to as netter. The word seems is crucial to this. Now, Dr. Richetti is being very careful because she knows all the nuances and she also knows all the traps. So she could start a conversation and say it seems to be in the text. And then later she could say something definitive. But what he harps on is the seems to be. Has he ever spoken to her? No. He probably will never speak to her. And then it was from my video, not from his video. So he did no other work on Dr. Richetti Alman. But that evaporates if you don't think about it. If you don't think about it, if you're going to, so you think that she only made one statement? So when she's being cautious by introducing an unfamiliar community to a topic and says, it seems from the text. Now, did he go to the TLA to verify it? No, he didn't do that. Right? Did he go to the No, he didn't do that. He didn't go to dictionaries. He made simplistic claims without research and source. But he's talking, they trying to get not me. They're trying to get my teachers. They're not trying to get me. They're trying to dismantle my Dr. Richetti, Dr. Theophila Benga, Empathy Jehudamas. They're trying to dismantle that. They avoided the fact that, and I talked about in the debate, Dr. Mario Beatty made a great conversation about Akhenaten. The symbolic representation of Akhenaten is connected to the Akhet, a real thing, and then Aten. But all of that goes away when you got the mic. When what did they say when the monkey got the gun or something like that? I forgot the phrase, right? It's not the monkey. It's the somebody tell me in the chat. When the rabbit got the gun. Well, the slave trading, cosplaying, biatch got the gun. He's talking. He got the gun. So now he can attack my teachers and say, oh, because she's being cautious to introduce people about a subject that they're not familiar with, and she's read thousands of texts, translated it, and then her caution is not fragile. Her caution is teaching. It's nuance. If you ever been in a real, how can I say, high level conversation with a PhD, they are all cautioned. They make their own opinions. But is he trying to discredit Dr. Richetti? Yes, he did. So this is okay. So Kim Netter, however, treats a careful wording as if she had made an absolute doctrinal claim that everything is nature in a flat and exhaustive sense. He then says when you go and actually look at the text, you don't find the text to tell you that everyone and everything is nature. Oh, so he's looking for a silver bullet? But look what he does. Does he go through the text? How does he know? How does a slave trading, cosplaying dude know? Okay, so let me stop for example. I'm gonna stop this for a second because I'm tight. So let's pull up the TLA. Let's pull up the TL. Let's stop this for a second. There's a lot of things I could have did at that debate, but I didn't. Right? I didn't think I needed to, but now I need to. So let's get rid of this. Accept this. Okay, so let's go to the TLA, the Thesaurus Lingua Egypta, and let's play the games that they want to play. So I'm gonna look for the word God in English because I know I can get netter from that and so let's do that. Okay, so let's look up here. The search parameter, hieroglyphic, hieratic word class, any but personal royal names, right? Something else than a personal royal name, right? Translation, God, right? That's the closest translation. So now we get to look at the metal nature. Okay, they had some bogus arguments, right? They have bogus arguments that the nature has to appear after every sentence. How do they know? Did they go to the TLA? The answer to that is no. So let me just make sure I can read everything. Okay, okay. Let me just see if it's okay. So here, this one, Awa, right? An epithet of the sun god. Okay, so it's an epithet of the sun god. That's what it says, right? Do you see a nature there? No, you don't see there. Okay, a divine name, Ami, right? It doesn't have a glyph, so you can't see it. So let's skip on. Okay, a ket. Many of you heard a ket. A ket is when the ba and the ka combine. You might see the aket, right? Right. It's called the glorious ones, gods. Do you see a nature there? No. Mm-hmm. You don't see it there. Okay. So what are they talking about? Let's go to some more. Is this? I'm just okay. Ox spirit. So here, okay. I need to go to the ones with with the glyphs there because that's not going to help us with this argument, right? So let's just go down to different. All of these are what you call in the Netacot category. Let's just go down. So what is it? What is these bozos talking about, right? Okay, acre, right? Okay, so here acre, like Kemetiu, acre EU, right? He is the serpents of the earth god. He's a nature in that world. Do you see a nature there? No, you don't see a nature there. Where's the nature symbol? You don't see the nature symbol there. What is the fake talking about? Right? Well, I mean, I don't. Okay, so now we go over here, right? So the Ewet, right? The Ewet is a man, right? It's a man. It's a collective term for a man. It means the old ones, right? Also of gods. You see a nature symbol there? No, you don't. Right? Okay, so this one is a nature of Upper Egypt. Now you see the symbol right here? This is the nature symbol. This is Old Kingdom, right? Before everything was canonized, right? Huh. Right. Okay, so where's the nature symbol? Here. It looks different than what you want. Now, this is something that he used in a debate. He called it Yah, right? But it's Ia, right? Like Amos, right? Like Amenhotep. No, not Amenhotep. Like Ahotep, right? You know, Ahotep was the woman that supposedly had talked to him. She wasn't in the coffin, but the coffin talks. That's Ahotep, right? Well, Ahotep is here. Where's the nature sign? No nature sign, right? Now this one over here is the colorful one. He does have a nature sign, but this person now, the nature sign is the seated one, right? So let's go on. I want the ones with the glibs. So this was Darling of the Earth, the baboon nature. So let me just see if I can find. Let me just see if I can find some glibs with this, with the baboon nature. Okay. Let's see if I can find what I want to find. And here is, let me go and find it. It's not this, it's verb, this is ba. So this is, okay. So let's try this one right here. Which one? Because I don't know his name. Okay, so let's just try here. Let me just see. This just has to do with land, divine name. Okay, spellings. So that's the divine name right there, and the divinity. And so with that, that's not a good example because for me, it's not a good example because that is, they're putting another aspect to it, right? But this was where it would be. Let's try this one over here. Okay, so this is the baboon god. So I didn't know his name, right? But there's land here. So this is the problem right here because this is not phonetic directly, but this is where that nature would be. Do you see the nature symbol there? No, you don't see the nature symbol there. What is this dude talking about? Like, I know I'm in my own world right now because I'm in meta nature, so you gotta forgive me. But this is the way you do it. This is the same way my opponent is supposed to do something. If you want to prove something is not right, then you have to go into the text. And I'll be teaching more, right? So he who examines the hearts. So this is input. This is a version of input, but I don't see the glibs. But let me just see over here if I can see it with the glibs. And see if there's a nature symbol for him. Okay, so this should be input right here, right? Where's the glibs? I mean, where's the nature symbol? Here it goes right here. Where's the nature symbol? No nature symbol, just a phonetic word. Okay, so let me go back to the BS. Let's just go back to the BS. So we could do this all day to verify. King J does it. Smash Rockwell does it. Asan Ka does it, right? We all take the same path, right? Of looking for the text. They don't know the text, so why are they talking about? Why are they talking about something that they don't know? Transcript. Yeah. But it's easy to fool you. It's not easy to fool me. Oh, this is okay. Let me resolve from the transcript. Let's see. Sorry. No, this is not it. So maybe it should be here in the paper. Okay, so great. Okay, let me share it again. I don't want to bore y'all with the meta nature. What I'm just trying to say to you, if you are a Kemetic high priest or you're a sycophant, right? Somebody got bit by the neck, or you got your own agenda. Don't come to this audience. This audience is way more smarter than you because they want demonstration. So these people said that the nature symbol has to be a peer for it to be a nature. That's not true. That I just demonstrated. So where are we at now? Right here. Okay. And I know I'm losing you because I'm talking about the meta nature. But let's just go. Okay. So the reduction of netter to a narrow category. Dr. Richetti quoted view as presented in the transcript allows netter to function as a broad ontological or existential category, things that exist, live, participate in the divine reality, or marked by sacred beings may be referred to under the category. Kim Netcher refuses that breadth. He insists narrowly the issue to be whether the text says everyone and everything is a Netcher in the most simplistic universal form, and then pivots to bodies, statues, and materials. This is a categorical reduction. Rather than meeting the broad claims that nature may operate semantically beyond the narrow English word, he drags the whole issue back to the impoverished dictionary fight, which he never showed the dictionary for. That maneuver is deceptive because it makes his targets easier to hit. A broad ontological category is hard to rebut. A clumsy slogan like everything is God is much easier. She never said everything is God. That's easy to hit. She's trying to help you understand how the ancient Egyptians might have understood. Right? Okay, then we get to this point. These are not God's assertion without arguments. sa.neter, these are not gods, but these are the Neteru. She's quoting, then claims that the Neteru are all the variations and manifestations of life, quoting Dr. Richetti. That sounds perfectly profound, but on inspection, it's a verbal shell game. He opposes gods and Neteru as they were mutually exclusive categories, yet he does not demonstrate why the second term cancels the first. He doesn't know the language. He doesn't know expression. You got to look at the text to see what is going on, right? The statue and material body argument. sa.neter's flagship proof text is the line that the Neterus entered in their bodies in the form of every sort of wood, every sort of material, as every sort of clay. He then cites secondary scholarship about divine presence in statues and concludes from that the deities are not literal. How is he using the word literal? Literal is the meaning. So if there is a meaning of the process of the neters going into the ka or the ba going into the neter, then that process, that concept is literal. Well, he's saying that, what he's basically saying that concepts are not literal, even if the people believe it. Okay, then I don't want to talk about what they said about me. Who cares about what they say about me? I don't care, because they can never, ever walk in my shoes. They could jumble stuff, but they can't source or prove directly in a language, which I can. So I think that's pretty much it for tonight. I do want to let you know that I wrote 22 pages on the debate, right? And I caught all the, how can I say, all of the tricks that my opponent used, right? Shifting the goalpost. We're supposed to be talking about literal, but then but he ends up talking about symbolic and real. He never proved that. He never, with one statement, one authoritative statement, proved that the Neteru were not literal. Not one statement. He did a lot of talking, a lot of cartoons, Magneto and Cat on the Mat. He did all of that, but no statement concerning the topic of the Neteru. Now, you can disagree with me. Some of you watched the debate twice. I want to see the smoking gun slide that he showed. Then he kills himself when at the questions and answers. Many of you didn't see that, but it's going to be in the paper where he talks about asardom. Hopefully one day he wants to be an asar, right? Then he talks about how that's a literal process. How many of you heard that in the debate, in the questions and answers, when he talked about the asardom? How he literally wants to be an asar. Then the ancient Egyptians, the people he's talking about, didn't they literally want to be an asar or believe that they can be an asar? So then he blows up his whole argument about asar is a neter. Asar is a neter, right? You can make him a principle, you can make him a story, you can make him a mythology, you can do all of that stuff. But in the text, asar is close to what we might say as a divine agent. Not necessarily, I'm going to say God, but a divine agent. And then there's this process of becoming ma keru, which is a concept. I don't want to talk about my opponent tonight. I'll talk about it when the search engine shows what I said. I think that would be fair. Tonight's presentation was digging up 3 dead bodies that called themselves the Dahomey squad. 3 cosplaying men dug them up, found out that they weren't women, they were actually men cosplaying women, acting like they were intellectuals, attacking Brother Reggie. Everybody attacks Brother Reggie. Why? Because I allow people to attack Brother Reggie. Why do I allow people to attack Brother Reggie? So that we can have a discussion, so that you can learn, right? That's why I attack. I allow you to attack me, right? I put myself for you to attack, so maybe you can learn something, right? I don't make myself, I'm a high priest. No, I call myself Brother Reggie. Some people call me Dr. Reggie, and I say, no, I'm only Brother Reggie, right? But I was well educated by the elders. You see me talking to them. You see me with them, right? You see me, wait, where's the picture? Where's the picture? Let me show you this. Show you a picture. I got a few pictures. So you're gonna take that from me? You're gonna take the fact that you actually see me here? Share screen. Here's one picture. Here's a picture. I let you attack me, please, so we can talk. Who's that? Blow this up. Dr. John Henry Clark. That's Reggie. That's in 1980. Goodness. This is in 1980. This might have been in 88, 89, 80, 87, 88, because I left the Schaumburg at 91. Right? I'm Dr. Clark's escort. Show you another picture. Do they got those pictures? Let me show you another picture. Where's this other desktop? Let's go and find another picture. Oh, here's another picture. Well, I let you talk. I let you attack me, so you can learn something. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna put belt to, and the person behind me, Dr. Greg Carr, know him very well. I knew him before he had a PhD. Right? Oh, you've seen this before. Dr. Joseph Benjokanan, Dr. Jacob Carruthers, Dr. Milana Karenga, Brother Reggie. In service. People can make themselves more than what they are. People can make themselves, but if Dr. Milana Karenga, who is still alive, saw me, he would call me Brother Reggie. Dr. Jacob Carruthers would call me Brother Reggie. Dr. Ben would call me Brother Reggie. Some of these other people give themselves much more credit than they think they have, right? But I do this so that we can have a conversation, right? So with that said, support Brother Reggie. This Cash App. But today I put belt to ass, right? Like they're nobodies, and they put themselves in a situation where even if they had good ideas, I can't support them anymore. Rakufu and Kim Netta wrote a book. I thought that the book was good. They put in a lot of more modern things that people haven't really started connecting and wrote about it. And I told them it's a great first edition. They take it like, well, you read my writing. Were you lying then when my writing was good? No, I read your book. I thought it was okay. I think none of the stuff that you said in the book was original. You had no original analysis. You just did a great book report. A book report. You didn't do any primary research. None of those ideas are yours. No analysis. You did a great book report. Should the people buy it? Yeah, people should buy it. It gets them started, right? Oh, here's a picture. This is an interesting picture. This person's not living, but it's a great picture. Unc would appreciate this. When Unc comes back to New York, he's going to have me take him right here. Show this picture. Brother Reggie with my brother Patrick DeLisis searched and found the great Hubert Harrison, the great atheist, the great speaker, right? Uh, someone who uh, mentored Marcus Garvey, right? Great sage. His brother Reggie at the graveyards. Nana Shado, he knows about going to the graves. Why? Because you honor him. You honor your ancestors. This is Brother Reggie in real time, right? In my own time, searching for an elder. You're not going to see these Dahomey cosplaying females. You're not going to see them. You're not going to see them doing stuff like this. Ankh went to Dr. John Henry Clark's grave. Shout out to Uncle Keck. Y'all say a lot of bad things about Uncle Keck, but in service, Uncle Keck is there, and the pseudo killers are there. Oh, let me see who's this. Let's see another picture. Show this picture. Show this picture. Pseudo killers is on deck, y'all, and we may have some disagreements about some small stuff so that we can learn from each other. Oh. Oh. Is Dr. John Henry Clark up here? Right? These are other generations to Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Professor James Small, Patrick DeLisis, Brother Reggie, and the great Dr. Joseph Ben Jokanan. We appreciate our elders, and we don't let people just talk about or talk about the elders. One, as if they falsely actually work with the elders, right? And two, they get to talk for the elders. I don't let them do that. Y'all might get mad at me, but I'll show you this. Let them show you a picture of this. We care for this man, right? This is not caring for a man. This is, I don't know if I can find it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Visiting him, having all these feathers of my art on him, that's doing nothing. That's doing something for yourself. But I'm not talking about him. I'm not talking about my opponent today. I'm gonna talk about it when when the search engine shows up my article. That's when I'm gonna talk about it. I'm not gonna talk about it now. So let me just open up the lines for a few minutes. I'll take questions that I think are sincere. See, y'all don't understand. At this point, after this debate, it's my pleasure. I didn't debate you. I debated someone else. I didn't debate you. I debated someone else. Some of these nut pot, I don't have to debate you. But what I'll do is write about what happened. Where is that? Okay. I put the invite. LinkedIn. If anybody wants to say hello, if anybody wants to say hello or anything like that, uh, say hello and tell me what you think about today's presentation. Should the uh, should the Dahomey groups, should they be credited, or should they get belt to ass? Right? Should we take them serious? Uh, or should they get or should they get belt to butt? Right? Or should they be run out of our community? Right? Don't call themselves something and don't introduce why they call themselves something. And then grandstanding, and then we find out that they're just freaking idiots with big mouths. Grown men with big mouths want to curse me out and talk bad about me. I don't care about that. I'm gonna keep it scholarly, but you're not gonna if you don't show me what I can show you, then you ain't got nothing to say. Support brother Reggie. Yeah, I'm buying lunch. When in a professional debate in front of a fragile audience, does somebody who calls himself in high esteem put up a picture of a food trap, lunch money trap? Who does that in a professional debate in our audience? When my whole conversation was really about what he said, not who he was. I don't agree that I think he's a new age, my opponent, I think he's a new age Kemetic priest. But that's pretty much as far as I went. My critiques about him not knowing the meta nature, those are real critiques that have something to do with the debate. What does lunch money have to do with the debate? He's gonna have to live with that, and he's gonna have to pay. So where are we? So no one's coming up. Anybody coming up? Here's the StreamYard link. Anybody coming up to support the female cosplayers? Anybody coming up? I want you to support them. I want you to. I want you to cap for them. You're invited. This is my last call. I'm the bad guy. I mean, we got a couple bad guys on this channel. We got Uncle Keck. He's a bad guy, but he's a good guy. Got Brother Reggie, bad guy, but I'm a good guy. Then we got the good guys that can do no wrong, but lie to you. Who's this? Infinite Energy Source. Peace. The brothers can redeem themselves simply by abandoning of that title, Dahomey. The squad is cool. No, they need to offer a corrective sacrifice. They spat on the memory of the Africans that these people sold. Changing their names is not a proper sacrifice. In the African tradition, they need a sacrifice for their evil. No, I don't. No. Oh, the people that shot Malcolm. Oh, they're sorry. No. The people that spat on Garvey, said bad things about Garvey. Oh, they're sorry. Not on my watch. That's not good enough. Right? I pulled your dead selves up from the coffin and let you rot. It's rotting so bad that the animals don't want you. Why? Because of the memory of the Africans lost in the slave trade that Dahomey helped create that center for. And you get to just say, you just get to change your name? Nah. That's a problem with our people. I'm not a genius, but I appreciate it. I'm just your brother. We let everybody do what they do to us. without. Okay, so Rakufu. Okay, Rakufu, I'm slow. Hey, Rakufu, are you eating now? You having lunch, dinner? I'm slow. Hey, Rakufu, you anytime that you come back up on this show or any show, Rakufu, they're gonna be laughing at you. See, you don't know how to fix it. Anytime that you AI or Google, we know that you don't know what you're reading. Rakufu, you just destroyed yourself. And now you want to double down and say I'm slow? I don't do you could you bear it if I put in the chat if you were slow? Could you bear that? See, that's that name calling stuff that I'm talking about. Right? Oh yeah, I said some things about you. I did say some things about you. You're right. Who is coming up? King J. My brother King J, how you doing today, man? What it is? What's good?
Peace. What's going on, Reggie? How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm fine. You responsible for you one of the people responsible for putting them in the putting them in the ground. How you
Man,
feel about that, huh?
I love it. I love it. I don't. I like the idea of having people coming together, and bringing information. Um, but I do have a problem. I wonder why they actually chose that name. Maybe Kupu probably can jump on and give us a little bit more clarity in regards to
No,
why
he
they.
can't come on my show. He can
Oh,
come
okay.
on
Oh, okay.
the Rhetoric Frontier. He can come on Black News 102 sa.neter when he's on. Rakufu can't ever talk to me again.
Oh, okay. Okay. I
He
didn't know.
cannot do that. No.
But yeah, so maybe they can explain that a little bit. But just the Google scholarship in general just really irritates me, and then the fact that they don't really comprehend what they're really googling. Um, I would suggest maybe that they have a debate amongst themselves first. Like those three have a debate. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Kim Netterverse, Seven Star. That's amongst themselves first. Just to see what their scholarship level is really on.
Kill him,
Opposed,
King J. I'm gonna be back. I can hear you. But did you laugh when they started arguing against each other?
yeah, it's. Oh yeah, it is what it is. I don't have anything negative to say about the brothers for real, for real. But that scholarship, I don't agree with. Um, and I'm a deal with that appropriately every time it comes up.
I'm sorry. Be right back.
Go ahead, brother. I wish.
Talking.
But yeah, good show by brother Reggie today. Definitely, held it down. Went over a couple of things in regards to the homie, things that I didn't know in regard to different ports and stuff about the Benin and Togo and Weda and Alada and things of that nature. So, uh, definitely get some good information in regards to the homie tribe. Um, so yeah, I didn't know. I'm not quite familiar, uh, with that period of history as well. So I wait for brother Reggie to come back and maybe can.
Hey, Rakufu, why are you coming on? I'm not gonna let you on. Why are you coming on? You crossed the line.
You might want to apologize. See if he.
No, he got to apologize to the people by calling himself the homie name. No, I'm not letting him come on my show. I don't ever what he said and the way he characterized himself. He can never talk to me again.
Hmm. But Reggie, look, wait a minute. They from Cali. Maybe they the homies.
Yeah, they the
The,
homies.
the homies.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's
Oh,
funny.
cuz and all that.
Like they from Cali. So maybe let them. Let's see what they got to say, brother. I want to hear what
Not
they
on
got
my
to say.
show. Tell him a rhetoric frontier.
Jump on somewhere. So neither of them can jump on, just not Kufu.
No.
No, okay.
No. Ever. You can never ever talk to me ever. So just know that that we in history, right? We on different sides of the table now.
Mm.
Just know, I'm Brother Reggie, bro. You a Google scholar.
They cross this, yeah.
You cross the line. So you think and say I play humble, but when I want to, but I got legs. So you can never talk to me again,
Mm.
right?
They messed
So
up.
no, they can never talk to me ever, right? So I don't play that. I don't play that play stuff, right? So you could call me. Why you on? You calling me a coward? You think I'm gonna let you on? Reggie's a coward. Family, does it look like Brother Reggie's a coward?
No, not at all. And it's all information, so it's nothing to really get emotional about or disrespect and So we ain't on that.
Yeah. All right. So he could teach. Listen, they can come back on Black News 102,
Mhm.
call themselves the Dahomey Squad, and they can explain, right?
That's
But
funny.
I'm exhausted. I had to. I ended up. I
That's
ended up
funny.
having a debate to him Tepi,
That's
right?
that was a good
And
debate.
people wanted, and people took both sides of the issue, right? And
Hmm.
that's how we learn. But then there's things that I am not. I'm 61. I am not tolerating it. Yo, I'm not a child, yo. I'm 61.
I
I'm
can
not.
understand that.
I'm not tolerating this no more. I'm not tolerating. I can show you who I learned from, when I
Hmm.
learned, right? And why do I have to talk to a Google scholar?
Hmm. Yeah, there's levels to this.
And you know what? You could play humble. Brother Reggie plays humble.
Hmm.
Now I'm not playing humble. I got more behind me than I got in front of me.
Hmm.
So the people that want to take pot shots and you want to come together and okay, come together, man. But yo, don't miss.
Hmm.
Don't
Hmm.
miss.
Get
So,
one shot at the king, at the
so
throne.
what's next for you? I really like your work. I really like your work. I see uh, and I like our shade work. I like
Hmm.
a lot of the I like a lot of the work of the young people. Some of the young people. I like your work,
I
right?
appreciate it.
I like your skill set. You're the only one of them that really can do the meta nature, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
And you're getting better than meta nature. You might be
Yeah.
able to put belt to ass to Brother Reggie, right? I like Harwin's work.
Hmm.
Harwin is another one. They
Very
thought
intelligent brother.
Harwin was sleeping, King J, that he couldn't read the meta nature. Harwin read the meta nature better than him Nature Tepi.
A lot of man, you already know. You already very fluent in it. You know Wapian, ain't we know the text.
No, not all of them know the text, but
Oh, they
Harwin,
don't. Oh, okay, okay.
Harwin, listen, Harwin is formidable, bro,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
right? And you're formidable. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Saw and Kai, he's been around a lot longer. He's
Oh
really
yeah.
formidable,
He's
right?
seasoned. He's seasoned. Reggie, what do you think about the platform is the layout to whereas Yara and um Morpheus did, where it wasn't a debate, it was more of a round table where they were just had a discussion and information was shown, people learned from that opposed to a lot of a different the combative type of a episode.
No. The combative stuff, that's the platform.
Okay.
Sa.neter, when you jump out, you
Hmm.
feel it froggy and you jump out, then you got
Yeah.
to debate. Round
Hmm.
tables are good, but they don't unless there's a disagreement,
Hmm.
people learn. I like round tables, but
Yeah.
that's not the
The
that's not the platform.
for that. Okay. Right. Right. Right.
Right? I mean, the platform is. Wait, let me just put this in. The platform is roundtables, and then we get to
Yeah.
actual debates, right?
Yeah. Get to the nitty gritty.
The debates test your skill level, right?
Hmm.
Talking on a roundtable is just talk, and you never have
Okay.
enough time, right?
Yeah,
So I have another young gray here, and maybe the two of you could talk and do a round table
that would be a good conversation.
because both of you are formidable. I'm proud of both of you,
Hmm.
um, and there's a big distinction between the nuances that both of you have.
Hmm.
Then there's get Reggie. How are you gonna get Reggie after the debate? How are you gonna continue the conversation after your Mayweather loss? And then
Hmm.
you're gonna make a whole new argument, and you don't know as much as the Mayweather.
Yeah, that part.
Like who does that? Who does that? Anyway, Harwin, what's up, man?
Reggie the champ.
I'm just your brother. I came to do what I had to do, like Unc says. But I don't look for the platform. You have names like that, Mayweather, Champ. I'm just brother Reggie, right? But I'll put hands and feet on you
Mm.
and take off my socks and rub it in your face, and I'll destroy your career academically.
Hmm.
I'm telling these people, like you just think I'm a YouTuber. Watch, hey, watch. But anyway, why don't y'all talk for a few seconds?
Okay.
Yo, King J, there's no way, absolutely no way. And Sanjetti, as good as he is, there's no way we can act like all of this is just symbolic.
Not at all. Not at all. Sanjetti got his point of, his point of view of looking at the text his certain way. You know what I'm saying? So that's we getting his viewpoint, which is fine.
It should be looked at from an African lens, not our lens.
Exactly. That's the mistake that a lot of them make as far as contextualizing the text and being just familiar. And that's just comes from being familiar with the culture. I think. You know what I'm saying? Having the ability to read the text to actually see what they thought, what they say, their point of view, and how they would have actually looked at it, opposed to putting it into our 21st century, modern viewpoint.
Some tribes that Sanjetti mentioned have
Hmm.
allegorical and literal stories about these deities.
Hmm. Hmm.
Would nobody want to debate me on that? That'd get ugly.
Yeah, I think we already established a long time ago that the ancients didn't um separate their religion from their science, right? That was a key thing in everything as far as like it was all looked at as one thing to them. They didn't separate it. Now they want to act like they separated it.
Yeah, I just want somebody to explain to me what the whole entire afterlife and your soul that has agency in the text.
Yes.
What is that a metaphor for? If that's all allegorical, I just want a concise answer to that.
Hmm.
Where does your conscious agency go in the afterlife?
Hmm.
What metaphor is that for the metaphysical and the astrological and all this other stuff they making up? Where's the metaphor in it? Other than the bird with a human head?
And why do
That's
they say? And they throw that in there like as if that's an analogy that we make in regards to something being literal. That to me is just visual language. You know what I'm saying? A descriptive language they have to describe the unseen force. So it's just a
they're
visual
using
language.
nature to explain
Hmm.
nature.
Hmm.
They're using nature
Yep.
to explain nature.
Yeah.
So
But
Yep.
they can't draw a soul.
Exactly. The
well,
unseen.
fiction and nonfiction can both be literal.
Hmm.
It doesn't have to be real, right? But it's still it's literal. Devil worshippers, and look, there are a lot of religions, and there's no truth to none of that stuff, right? But it's still
Hmm.
literal. I may not agree with it, but it's still literal. They don't know Harwin and King J what the word literal means. They play
Hmm.
with it. Literal means meaning. It doesn't
Hmm.
have to be the meaning. Don't have to be right,
Hmm.
Yeah, like
right?
that new Avengers movie coming out, Avengers Doomsday. And we know Thor not real, but that dude literal in that story.
Right. Thor is Thor.
Right.
Thor is
Everybody,
Thor, bro.
like Jesus is Jesus. Abraham is Abraham in their context, right?
Hmm.
It's
Hmm.
literal. Why can't African culture be literal? Why does it have to be challenged?
You know why, Reggie?
Why?
Because they got post-traumatic religion syndrome.
Mm.
They have deep within them. They have been traumatized by Christianity so much they don't want nothing to sound like it. So they claim they love Africa, but when Africa mentions things that sound similar to what they're calling Christianity, even though they claim Christianity was stolen from ancient Egypt, they got to pick a struggle. But
Mm.
they claim that. But if it sounds like that, no, that's just all allegorical. That's a metaphor, brother. Metaphor for what? What's the
Metaphor for
metaphor for
what?
your soul? Your soul going to the afterlife and continuing living on with conscious agency. What's it a metaphor
Mm.
for?
And
Well,
the brother did make a good point when he said
let me put
the
up this
literal,
part.
the
Look at
literal
the hate. Look at the hate, y'all.
Ashanti sold Africans into slavery, but still
Look at the hate,
saying Kofa. That's crazy.
right? So what I don't so the problem is with this is that yes, Africans, a lot of African groups was responsible for slavery, right? A lot of African groups were for a period. They found out the Ashanti nations. They found out ultimately that the Europeans were nothing to play with, so they put Prempeh, uh, 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 Ashantiwa, right? They 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 were too involved in their disputes with the other groups.
That's
But they
crazy.
found out. They found out. But the so if the issue is someone calling themselves the Ashanti and the Ashanti sold Africans into slavery, uh, that's something is credible with that. But in this case with these Rakufu, they cosplaying women. That's the other part. Women
And
slave.
why would you want to take the name of some sellouts? Why take that name, Kufu? Because they sold other black people out? That's what y'all on? That's crazy.
So
Oh
now,
wow, that's what they on?
That's what they own. We gonna change their name.
but the funny problem is many of us here, or uh, or people of the Akan, the
Mm-hmm.
Ashante, the God, the airway, right?
Mm-hmm.
One thing that many of us are not, or the homie groups,
No.
because the homie groups stayed, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The Akan groups unfortunately got caught up in the slave trade themselves, right? When they couldn't fulfill their commission, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the homie groups, they stayed in Africa,
Mm-hmm.
right? So we largely not the Homians unless they got some secret shrine, like devil worshippers. They value their ancestors, their particular cult,
Oh
right?
wow.
What else is he saying? The homie went to Haiti, dummies.
Right. So we not them. So we not them then, Kufu. If they went to Haiti, how you the homie? You not making sense. Are you Haitian?
Rakufu. I know you ain't talking about.
He not that intelligent.
I'm gonna
Right?
stay out of that.
Not that's grabbing for straws. Okay,
He was Neil at first.
right. So I mean,
And,
see, so keep pushing it. So the question is, yes, they got caught up, but most African Americans, most of us, right, are not those groups, right?
not
We
at all.
right when we started coming into America in 1619. That was because of the Dahomey groups and other groups like that, right? So, well, I don't know what he's talking about as usual. Okay, so he can prove that I'm lying about Dahomey. What am I lying about? I'm not lying. I'm dealing with y'all. I'm not dealing with. I'm dealing with the Dahomey groups, but I'm dealing with the fact of the matter that you would call yourself some slave trading, some African slave trading biatches. You cosplaying. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, Reggie's dumb again. Is that the best you can come up with? Rakufu, why don't you come up with a paper? See if I'm dumb. What else is going on?
Man, you can't call nobody dumb. They got literature written out, bro.
Yeah, that's the people think that they can. Which my brother got to say over here. What does he got to say? Dahomey was a tribe of sellouts. The name derived from the colonized people of Dahomey, and they killed their king Dan, and that's how their name. Well, I was expecting the Dahomey group to tell us the history of Dahomey. That should have been their first show, right?
Yeah.
But their first show is Hate Reggie. Hate Dr. Richetti, right? Confused Dr. Richetti.
They made a whole show about you, Reggie?
Oh,
I
yeah,
must have missed it.
That was the first show.
Yeah, the first show. About how the next are not literal.
Wait, a bunch of those that don't read the text made a show about how the nets are not literal?
Bro.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Bro, it's three of them.
That's dumb.
Yeah, here you go.
It's all three of them with meta-netter names that can't read the meta-netter.
All three of them. Kim Netta, Rakufu, and Seven and Saw. All right, so
oh my god.
Here you go right here. Here's the show.
The Google Squad.
Yeah, Black News 102. Wait, Black News 102. Yeah.
Wait, he said the Google Squad.
Okay, let's go.
Hell nah.
And then even sa.neter came up, and you know sa.neter popped up and said, it would be good for y'all to change the name. Right? Okay, so where is it? Okay, here it goes. Okay, here we go. We're gonna see the masterminds. Okay, so let's go share the screen. Let's go watch for a little while. Share screen.
Man, I've been working. I done missed out on some stuff. I ain't even see this.
Man.
I'm across my algorithm.
A couple of days ago.
Yeah, here they go. So let's get to the beginning. Maybe there's some here you go. Let's see. Here you go.
Greatest archive the community's ever been blessed with. Many channels came later. Many platforms took notes. But the house of consciousness keeps the movement afloat. King of consciousness.
Historical interpretation concerning.
Okay, let's okay.
So I would need for you to share my screen.
Okay. It's a blank.
Man, some dudes doing a presentation.
Yeah, it's up. It's a blank.
Tell me when
brothers are lost. This is
existed long before the first dynasty. We start in the South with the religious aspects. These discoveries invite an important historical question. If political institutions matured over thousands of years, might religious philosophy have matured through the same process? Okay, the earliest Egyptian religious literature suggests that divine reality begins not with many independent gods, but with a unified source from which plurality emerges. One of the clearest examples appears in the so-called Book of the Dead. The deceased.
Okay, now let me tell you about this. Let me get this off. I'm gonna show you. Okay, the Book of the Dead is not old, right? The Book of the Dead comes in the 18th dynasty, right? So his better example would have been the pyramid text. Together, right?
Right.
That would have been his best example of it. So nobody, we read the Persian Hebrew, but we know that's 18th dynasty and it's late 18th dynasty, right? Because we know the Persian Hebrew. But he's saying that it's what did he say? He said unified. What's he talking about?
I was trying to get what he was talking about. I didn't see what's his angle.
Yeah. Okay, let's go here to
see if I want to blow my. Can you blow it up a little, Sam?
Is he saying they're not literal in the pyramid? I mean,
no, he's off topic. He's off topic. He's just talking, trying to make himself sound smart. So let's
Should be able to zoom.
wait. Let me get this.
Yeah, I think Khufu argument is about something about this coming from the south.
You're solid. And you're gonna control the movement of it. You got to control.
I got you. Let me know when to go.
Right.
Hold on, I'm up. Right there.
Okay. So, family, we're gonna start out with a foundation, laying a southern to northern foundation in the ancient Nile Valley, all the way to what we know today as Kemet. And I'm going to start off with reading this article that I had put together for you today. The Nihilistic Chain of Title, the Southern Origins of the Neteru. Good afternoon. Today, I would like to present a historical interpretation concerning one of the oldest religious ideas preserved anywhere in human civilization, the origin of the Neteru. My purpose is not to argue mythology. My purpose is to examine archaeology, primary Egyptian texts, and the geographical development of civilization along the Nile. The Nile is unlike almost every major river on earth.
Drum roll.
Okay. If north. For thousands of years, it served, and that's the principal key. Remember, it flows from south to north, not like major.
Okay, he's just off. Okay. The concept of the Neteru, right, is a word, right? We don't know if that word emerged first in that area. We don't know if it was taken from the Green Sahara. We don't know if the word was taken from the Dogon, right? We don't know if the word came from Southern Africa, right? We don't know where the word, but we do know the word begins to appear, right? In let's say Nubia A and Nakata. We know it does appear. So it appears directly in the place that we call Egypt, and it also appears as a written word in Nubia A. How do we know that? Because you can look at the Kustal incense burner when you see men, right? So we don't know. So this south to north is relevant. It's not wrong, but it's out of context because it's different time periods. But the part that created what we call Tawi civilization,
right?
That what happened before that was the drying up of the land to the of the Green Sahara. But then we also know from the pottery, right? From the pottery from West Africa. So pottery emerges in the West Africa.
We got a red clay pottery.
From
burnt.
And it travels from west to east. So his Google scholarship is not good enough. But let's finish the rest of it. He's putting a south to north preposition, but the topic is what are the Neteru literal? Let's listen to him.
Most all other natural rivers go from north to south, but from south to north. For thousands of years, it served as the principal highway by which people, cattle, technologies, ceremonial traditions, and political institutions moved from the Upper Nile, which is in the south, through Nubia into Upper Egypt, and eventually into the...
Okay, he's wrong about that. Okay, so the ox was type of cattle, right? Then there was the cattle from the Levant, right? And so, but there was cattle within Africa, right? Generally with Africa, right?
Yeah,
the bovine.
Yeah, it's indigenous cattle in Africa.
Yeah, the Taurus or the bovine. I think either one is. One of them represents domestication, but one of them is the wild one. I keep getting them mixed up as which one is wild and which one is domesticated.
Right. So, so you can look in Tassili Niger, and I could put a picture of that, and that's the horned running woman, right? So that tells you horned. Let me see, running woman, and so that's in the north. That's in the north. All right. So with images, that's in the north. So I'm not listening to this guy. I'm not listening to the guy. The guy is picking and choosing, thinking he's smart, right? So where is this? Let me just see if I can put it to the screen and give you a picture of the horn running woman. So this shows us
Yeah, you talk about the Nakata sculpture with the woman holding her arms up like a Kasam.
No, I'm talking earlier than that. I'm talking thousands of years earlier than that.
Oh, that's the Venus figurine you talking about, Harwin?
Nah.
Not Venus? Okay.
I kind of know what Reggie talking about too. Talk about one now.
Right here, you go right here. So let me just see if I can put it in the screen. Share my screen. Shoot. Okay, give me a second. I don't want to freeze. It kind of froze. Okay, so let's see. Small history. Keep talking while okay, I got it. So let's put it over here. Okay, so
Algeria, yeah.
Absolutely.
Continue with essay here. So where am I? Do y'all see it?
Yep.
Some of that.
I don't see the top, but we see the title.
Okay, so here goes. Running
Mm-hmm.
horned woman, Tassili, Niger, Algeria. I think that's North Africa, right? Is an ancient North African rock city. Modern explorers weathered the wall with water, revealing a disgraceful image. So this is, let's blow it up a little bit. This is 6,000 and 4,000. This is way before Kemet, right?
Yeah.
But it goes into Egypt's period. Sorry, it's not. Okay, so
my first time seeing this, so never saw this.
Okay, so this is pastoral. She's obviously a cattle person, right? That would be similar to Bat and some of the other ones, right? She has scarification, and over here is rain, right? Rain and some of the other things, and behind it are African people. You see African people. So she's kind of like a goddess. So I don't know what he's talking about. The iconography does not come all. It's a mixture of early people from the south that went into the Green Sahara and became North Africans. So what is he talking about? I don't know. Let's hear the rest of this.
He would be better fit off saying it's a coalescence from the west and the Sahara and the south.
Right. Better off saying it like that.
Right. But Egyptomaniacs, they want to make everything Egypt, right? Now at this time period, the Nile was a swamp, so the Nile was something to stay away from. Where in the region, they were populated around what you call wadis. Wadis are kind of offshoots, and then there's the Yellow Nile that flows from the Nile to roughly to Chad, right? So what is the expert talking about?
Yeah, all right, Professor, we know that it had tributaries that go into Lake Turkana. Way back then.
Right. So, and they had cattle culture, right?
Absolutely.
They had cattle culture.
They still have.
But then we also have the cow stone we have the cow stone in the eastern desert in Nata Playa. You know about the cow stone, right? Do y'all know about the cow stone? So let me pull up the cow stone in Nata Playa. Let's find that. So why are you going to exclude the eastern desert, right? Okay, so let me see. Cow stone, Nata Playa. So people think that the cow stone. I mean, what they think is okay. Here it goes. Okay. So let's just do this. Just share all of this, and then I'll get to it.
Okay.
So now in Southern Africa, we have cow stones, right? Let's see if this. So in Southern Africa, we have cow stones, right? Okay. This is in this period right here is pre-dynastic Egypt, where you have this type of cow stone, but you have a cow stone in Nata Playa. So let's see where it is. So this is happening all over. Here it goes right here. So this is the cow stone in Nata Playa. Let's see where this is, right? This is Windorf, right? So let's visit this. So we have pastoral, we have the horned cattle woman in North Africa, and then we have I can't see it because it's in I gotta join, so I gotta show another one. So But in Nabta, but this is the picture. See if I had. It's the origin of Egyptian civilization. So in Nabta, you're usually interested in these megaliths, right? These small megaliths. But you also have the origin of Egyptian civilization. The origin of Egyptian civilization is this iconography from the Eastern Desert. And here it goes right here. So let's see if I can pull this up. So Mr. Google Scholar is wrong because we have the cow stone and not the playa, right? And let's see what else we got. I mean, I encourage people to study. I look at their work. I try to make, but when they become the goddamn experts and then they're wrong, no, we don't do that. Okay, so let's go back to what he's talking about. So where was the YouTube video? Let me get to the YouTube video. I want to hear more of his expertise. So already we know that the south to north thing has to be kind of fixed, right? It's not what it appears. Okay, so let's go there. So let's listen to the expert. Listen to the expert. Origin of civilization. It's not there. Okay, so I got to go back to the YouTube video. Give me a second. YouTube.
He didn't mention anything. Fayum A, Fayum B, no Badarian, anything.
No, of course not. Because it's south to north, right? So now let's go to Black News 102. So what people do is when they become Egyptomaniacs, and then they make these type of mistakes. Okay, why is the literal? So let's listen to the expert. That's Rakufu.
The Delta, or going towards the Levant regions. Modern archaeology increasingly recognizes this southern corridor as fundamental to the rise of pharaonic civilization. That's a direct shot at you, Ankh. Modern archaeology increasingly recognizes this southern corridor as fundamental to the rise I don't see it no more. You moved it, Seven. Of pharaonic civilization, like okay. Dr. Bennett always.
Let me see where this is excavation Nabta Playa. So I talked about Nabta Playa, right? Then it's Abia. Abia is in the eastern desert, right? Of the Sudan, right? Okay. But there's Nabta Playa. Nabta Playa is in the western desert, right? Is in the western desert. But the rock art is pretty much before all of that. So I just think there's some nuances has to be expanded. And let me see, where is his source for this?
No sources.
Oh, okay. You mean to tell me there was no source? Let's see.
No source.
Let me see if I want to blow my. Can you blow it up a little, Sam?
Okay, let's blow it up.
If not, I could probably have to. Let me see.
Yeah, I should be able to blow it up. Hold on. Should be able to zoom. Tell me when to stop.
Right there. Right there, solid. And you're going to control the movement of it. You got to control.
I got you. Let me know when to go. Right. Hold on. I'm up. Right there.
Okay. So, family, we're going to start out with a foundation, laying a southern to northern foundation in the ancient Nile Valley, all the way to what we know today as Kemet. And I'm going to start off with reading this article that I have put together for you today. The Nihilistic Chain of Title, The Southern Origins of the Neteru. Good afternoon. Today, I would like to present a historical interpretation concerning one of the oldest religious ideas preserved anywhere in human civilization, the origin of the Neteru. My purpose is not to argue mythology. My purpose is to examine archaeology, primary Egyptian texts, and the geographical development of civilization along the Nile. The Nile is unlike almost every major river on Earth. Okay, it flows from south to north. For thousands of years, it served, and that's the principal key. Remember, it flows from south to north, not like most all other natural rivers go from north to south. but from south to north. For thousands of years, it served as the principal highway by which people, cattle, technologies, ceremonial traditions, and political institutions moved from the Upper Nile, which is in the south, through Nubia into Upper Egypt, and eventually into the Delta, or going towards the Levant regions. Modern archaeology increasingly recognized this southern corridor as fundamental to the rise of pharaonic civilization. That's a direct shot at you, Ankh. Modern archaeology increasingly recognizes this southern corridor as fundamental to the rise I don't see it no more. You moved it, Seven. Of pharaonic civilization, like Dr. Bennett always told us. Excavations at Nepta Playa, the Atbai region of eastern Sudan. Shout out to Reggie for giving me the Atbai information. Taseti, Kusto, Kerma, Duki Cow, which I brought up for a while now, and pre-dynastic Upper Kemet demonstrate that original or organized ritual life, ceremonial landscape, cattle symbolism, elite leadership, and increasingly complex societies existed long before the first dynasty. We started in the South with the religious aspects. These discoveries invite an important historical question. If political institutions matured over
I'm gonna stop that because it's some of it's nice, but it's all off topic. Let's get to another expert, right? So that's one of the ways I think King J and I definitely know Harwan. That's just people take you off topic, right? Say stuff ain't got nothing to do with the topic. So who's
the earliest surviving Egyptian religious texts preserved not the birth of these ideas, but their mature literary expression. The archaeological
wait, he says okay, literary expression. Okay, so literary expression. If it's literary expression, right? There's something in it that is either literal or not. But he used the word. But let's go.
Evidence demonstrates a continuous.
What are you saying?
He did say literary.
Right. But he did say that. But let's see where he's going with this.
South to north development of ritual society.
Okay, so ritual society. So society don't have meanings of words. Okay.
The archaeological evidence demonstrates a continuous south to north.
No, stop. Let's move on. Tired of that, right? Because you talked about the Eastern Desert, the Western Desert. We talked about North Africa, right? Not trying to hear any of that. Certainly not without any footnotes. Next. Now, let's go here. Let's go see this guy. Okay.
All right. Okay. So there we go. 26. You see it?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are listening to.
You can share it now, Sa.
The newest group here, the Dahomey squad.
Like Sheikh Antipia and Dr. Ben Yakanin.
Name dropping.
Prior to.
Name dropping, but let's go.
We get the feeling that the Netter.
So now Kim Netter, he starts to attack Dr. Richetti. All right. So I
right now I'm waiting for sa.neter to share it. Yeah, he's on the phone. Sa.neter does this a lot. He gets on the phone when people are presenting, and he starts getting into something else.
Because you're not
that we need for him to screen. But for the audience out there, you can see that we are presenting about the Neter rule and showing these sources, and we are welcoming any thoughts from anybody afterwards.
I ain't seen a source yet, honestly.
Share the screen. You got to share. Share the screen. There you go. Can you see it?
Yeah, I got it on my phone. I just wanted to make sure they could see it. I'm gonna read it off my own thing though, right here. But okay, so this is what Richetti Ahmed said herself, right? She say, Neter in the text, it seems to be the totality of all existence. It seems to be that everything exists is netter. And then she go to say that, and I say that because in the text, it says everything that, and then she kind of changed her mind and switched what she was saying. And then she go on to say, it's all different kinds of things are referred to as netter.
Well, stop. You said she changed her mind. So you know what's in her mind, right? I know what's in your mind when you created yourself, the Dahomey squad, right? I know what's in your mind, but you know what's in her mind, so I know what's in your mind, right?
And she didn't change the point. She reaffirmed her point, but she just left the conversation open for peer review and without stepping on anybody else's toes, basically.
Yeah, she's being a
Yeah, I
cautious.
was gonna say how she changed the point. Where that come in
Yeah.
at?
Right. That's his own mind. Okay, so let's hear the rest of this BS. Since he
He
wants
might
to
want to
talk,
study what paut is.
they do.
And it's called netter. Plants are called netter. Animal are called netter. Stones and rocks and trees are called netter. Concepts are and principles are called netter. River, the sky, everything is called netter or referred to as netter in the text. And then she say, so therefore we get the feeling that the netter is everything that exists. Nature is netter. All living things are netter. Then she says, and even medu netter, the name of the language of netter, the language of nature, the language of all existence, of all life, is the name of the language itself. And therefore, everything is divine, everything is holy, everything is revered, because everything is sisterly to everything. So this is the netter. When we talk about the neteru are all the variations of manifestations of light. We are the neteru. Everything is neteru. So therefore, these are not gods, but these are the neteru, right? And we respect what she says, right? But when you go and actually look at the text, you don't find the text that tell you that everyone and everything is netter. You just don't find it.
What evidence do we have that he knows how to find it? But go ahead.
What do you mean he ain't find it? Who was that talking?
That's Kim Netta talking.
Well, you might want to go study the matter of the cake that everything is made of, called paut. That's in the text.
Yeah, the poot is in the first page.
He don't believe that. He don't. I think he goes off of, it's a scholar named Eric Hornson, I believe, and he
Hornig and Asman. But
he subscribes to their theology.
Man, if you're gonna argue with Kediah man who read the text, at least bring the text she talking about. What you mean you don't find it? Because you ain't looked.
Well, I just showed them the TLA before that, and I showed them different aspects of netters, and they don't all have the netter symbol on it, and that's how you can make a consideration, and then you have to look at the context of the text. But that's what he said. That's his claim. He don't have. Let's see what else he got to say.
All right, continue.
In my opinion, she was explaining to you that you can find all of these examples of people, animals, plants, rocks, stones, all these different type of material that can house the energy of the netter.
Wait. So now he spins it to the energy of the netter. Who's talking about the energy of the netter? Right? The netter is all things in existence. She tried to couch that. So that's birds, insects, that's people, that's everything. And now she's talking about the energy of the netter, right? Because she wants to find something that's not literal. But everything in existence has a classification, which I was showing you in the TLA. But he's not demonstrating anything. He's just talking. But let's go.
You can see that in the text, they all come through these different mechanisms. So when you go into the primary text, you read on the Shabaka stone, right there in line 59 and 60, you got the transliteration right there, so you can see how they wrote it. And then you got the verbatim word for word translation. And this is what the Shabaka stone say. It say, And so the Neteru entered into their bodies in the form of every sort of wood, of every sort of material.
Mineral, not material, mineral.
As every sort of clay, as everything which grows upon him, in which they came into existence.
Okay, so what did she say the Neteru was? She says manifestations. So that's manifestations. What's the point?
So it tells you right there in the text that everything that come into existence come through one of these different mechanisms. They don't just...
What mechanism? What mechanism did he talk?
He's not making sense because he's suggesting that the vessel came before the the deity, you know what I'm saying, the force, the God. So that wouldn't make sense.
Right. I don't understand what he's talking
If
about.
he's talking about the Shabaka stone, that would be talking about Ptah.
Yeah,
Ptah.
Ptah.
Exactly.
Yeah. He creates everything. Watch this. Ptah creates everything from words. Words are literal. From speech, right?
That's a fact. The word there in the Shabaka stone is Kai or Kat for consciousness or thought.
Mm-hmm.
Right, from his, so that becomes literal because he's creating definitions and words and things, right?
Yep, the mind of Ptah is literal, yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. So
And
what is he
one is the heart, and one is the speech, referring to Tahuti and Horus and
we
Heru.
can read the Shabaka stone, but
We can read the whole Shabaka stone, yeah.
Right.
but what he's saying is making no sense. But go ahead.
show up, right? So, and the things that they come through are literal, but those are just vessels of the Neter's energy or forces, right? And then when you go down and you read what the scholars say about it, we got Dr. John A. Wilson. His publication is the Intellectual Adventure of Ancient Man, and it's in the University of Chicago Press. And the quote says right here, it says, this was because the spirit of the God was not thought to be explicitly bound to one physical form. He requires a physical body, a manifestation, or a mechanism of stone.
Wait. Hold up, Reggie.
To permit him.
Hold up, Reggie. Press pause. Did he just debunk himself?
He don't even understand what he read, and that's why it's crazy.
Did he just say they manifest in a body?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we already know that, but did he just realize it and didn't see what he was reading?
Yeah,
No.
he has a problem with that word manifest.
Oh, okay. Kefru F. He manifests or he makes
Exactly.
shape.
That word
That's the
Kepler
same
kills
thing
it
I
every
asked
time.
Sanjetti about in the
Yep.
Hatshepsut text.
And it's because sometimes they give the word. Me personally, when I see Kepler, I go to manifest immediately. They're using a created. In.
Again, we got to show the
Yeah,
text to see the actual line
exactly.
to get context. If
That's
they talk
exact.
about the
Yep.
word Kefru F, the
Yep.
noun class
Yep.
for manifest or to take form,
Mm-hmm.
that would be written with a mummy determinative,
Yep.
a
Exactly.
sahu's determinative.
But
That's
they
talking
don't.
about literally becoming something.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out which John Wilson is he talking about. So, so if he's talking about John Albert Wilson, right? So he was born 1899 and he passed away in 1976, and that doesn't say anything negative about John Wilson, but that's not the only thing that's only John Wilson's perspective. And I'm not gonna say that
But
John.
what I don't understand is he's tearing down Raketi Amin's perspective, which is the Afrocentric perspective, and siding with the Western European perspective,
Well, Dr. Riquetti
which is more
is
binary.
right, but Dr. Riquetti is a Egyptologist, a linguist.
Mm-hmm.
So she has a PhD. So it's not they put anybody black as African centered, but she's talking straight Medu Neter, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She's an Egyptologist, but he's trying to find a way to contradict her.
Yep.
But the source he just used debunked him.
Well, I mean, that's why you're on the panel, right? So let's go.
Is that this is stated by the Egyptians in one of their creation accounts. So the gods entered into their bodies. He quoting the Shabaka stone that I just read to you. He says, so the gods entered into their bodies of every kind.
Where does the Shabaka stone say that?
Did he read the Shabaka stone?
Where did the source say Shabaka stone? Where does the source say the Shabaka stone?
I read the Shabaka stone almost every day. I ain't heard not one line yet.
Okay, we'll go on.
Kind of wood, of every kind of stone, of every kind of clay. And then you got another doctor right here, Dr. Edward.
Well, even if you have Kanun
badly sourced.
human, but they create a human as a kind of a doll, right, of clay, and then they breathe into it, right? So it's only at that point it's entered, but it's still a netter, right? It's a classification. So let's see what else.
Lieber. His is he got an essay this called Why Are the Noses Broke on the Egyptian Statues? And
what does that got to do with being literal?
Brooklyn Museum. And then his quote, it says this.
This is hilarious.
Objects representing the man form rendered in stone material, wood, clay, or even wax could be activated as a host, a supernatural power. The occupied image was a meeting point between the supernatural and the terrestrial. It was also a physical body and embelling such power to act in our material world. And then it says, according to the 25th dynasty document, which is the Shabaka stone again, it said Ptah gives the gods, he made their bodies according to their wishes. Thus the gods entered into their bodies of all.
That debunks them, right? That debunks them.
Every kinds of clay.
That's what I just said, bro.
Oh my God.
It debunks everything he's saying.
It said God's body is virtually synonymous with an image. Once the deity has occupied it, the sculpture or relief containing the god becomes a piece of equipment. So you can see that it's just being used by the energy or forces of the netter.
Oh, now he throws the energy and forces.
That don't even make sense.
Yeah.
So what's the statue made of?
The essence of Ptah. And that's the thing. He doesn't understand that Ptah is formless in the unseen. He doesn't have a true form. Everything that we see is his manifestation. Like, come on, man.
He's tweaking.
That's crazy.
So now this is Google Scholar at its best, right? Core genetic divinities. Harwin, King J, please laugh, right?
Man.
So he pulls up a sword that doesn't have the actual meta-netric, right? It's just gibberish. All right, so listen to the master.
Below
this
that,
is crazy.
That's the standard seated woman used for the definitive for the
But where do we see where? We don't see.
Right? It's just gibberish. So this guy pulls up something that's all gibberish. He says these are the foundational signs for the Gardner sign list used for Neteru, or others may call gods or goddesses and holy concepts. So now he just throws gibberish on the phone. Don't he know that there's no meta netter there? There's
That's
Gardner.
crazy.
All right, let's
female netter.
Yeah, I thought my phone was tripping. I just see Gardner.
Right.
You know,
I thought I was tripping.
We see the A40 number, but where is the determinative?
Falcon sitting on the standard perch, one of the oldest symbols used to explicitly denote a divine presence or cosmic king. You have down here a golden collar or divine standard, frequently used to determinately mark things associated with divinity, radiance, and the gods, right? Then we have the solar and primordial deities, right? These are these symbols. These specific seated forms tell you are looking at a solar, sky, or creation principle. See, so you see these people have structured concepts and principles of how they're looking at.
So it's literal. If they have structured concepts and symbols, that means they have meanings. It's literal, right?
Yeah, they represent meaning.
Okay.
The meaning come before the symbols, don't they?
Yeah, the meaning comes, the language comes with the meaning, right? And then the meaning comes before this before the symbols.
So
That's how we
thought come before speech, and then speech come before writing, right?
right, right.
Okay.
And so once it's expressed, it becomes literal because it's communicated, right? So we got Einstein's here, right? Okay,
Yeah, because
good.
books are literary works, or
Yeah.
papyrus has literary work.
But worse than that, forces and energy. Okay, netters, according to them. Okay, this is the statement. Netters are real. They're not literal. They're not actual. We're talking about how forces and energy work in the universe, and we've given them a name. When we've given them a name, you dummy, then it becomes literal, right? Right? It becomes literal once you give it a name. Now, if forces and energy, this is Morpheus and Syllogens, okay, are forces and energy, are they literal?
Yes,
Okay.
the wind is very literal.
Absolutely. That's why in the science it's called physics. They even call quantum material physical.
Even in ancient Egypt, they don't know nothing about that stuff. But he's trying to pose that there are forces and energy in the Egyptian worldview. But show me force. Show me what the word force, the translation of forces is in the Meta Nature, right? And forces and energy in the Meta Nature, right? Now we might see something like Desser, right? We may see something like when Ra shines, right? We might see things like that, but to me they all have meanings, right? But wait, let me just do this experiment with you. Or forces and energy, even in ancient Egypt, right? Or are they literal?
Yes.
Okay. Or and
Yes,
netters,
yes, they are.
so netters is being expressed as forces and energy, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So a
So they
logical
know.
a logical connection is that forces and energy are literal, and the netters are forces and energy, then the netters are literal,
Mm-hmm.
right? Simple.
Literal manifestations of that unseen.
Right. So I got the Dahomey squad don't know basic logic and syllogens. Okay, let's go.
Right. And they're using these symbols, and they're using these allegories, and they're using all of these different principles and concepts to describe these different things. Let's get
What things are they describing? Things in nature, or
that
things in nature literal?
that exists. That
They
is
exist,
that thing.
right? So this is how they now, to the people who don't know Nile Valley and the people who don't know logic, these people are sounding smart. But to King J, to Harwin, to Reggie, they're not. They're contradicting themselves almost in every session. But let's go.
continue.
Now they haven't mentioned the word literal yet, or showed why they're not literal, right?
I
So
haven't seen one source.
no, they didn't get to the word literal, but this whole thing is are the natural literal. All right, so let's go.
We have number 5, which shows the seated God with a solar disk and a protective cobra, Uraeus, on his head, identifies solar entities like Ra.
So now he messes up because it says now identifies. So once you identify something, right, then there is a kind of meaning, a connection, an identifier, right,
As that thing.
of that thing, so that thing becomes literal.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Number 6 shows the seated God with a solar disk holding the wasp scepter. Right? Number 7, you have the seated God wearing the double plumes, shuti, crown, typical of a moon or min. Number 8.
Okay, so what he's trying to do now is just talk. He's not making his point on literal or not. So let's see if he gets to a point on literal, right? So Reggie comes in and says something like, stop wasting our time, right? Everything is a netter. He missed that point. Now he's talking without a source. So I'm in there. Okay, so now what's happening now?
Hypothetical dynastic race from the Middle East or Europe who supposedly brought civilization to Africa. Diop and Dr. Ben fiercely oppose this. You fiercely oppose when it, no, that didn't happen. Basically, using linguistic, physical anthropology, and historical texts to prove Egypt's African cradle. Modern science has validated their core arguments in several major ways. The African substratum. Renowned archaeologists like Charles Thurston.
Okay, so this guy is completely off topic because he's not talking about whether or not the netter rule. He's just trying to show us how smart he is. All right? Okay, so now
well, after they shed off the skin of the onion and get to the metaphysical meanings, yes, the energy that's behind it and the context of vision and high lofty ideas with the bird and all that, that's what that's representing. Is there a physical man walking around literally with a bird head? No, absolutely not.
Well, what about all the other things that are literal? Right?
You said that there was a man walking around with a bird head.
That's crazy.
Right. So you just throw that in. You just throw that in and you think without a source, right? And you just talk, right? You make that point. Where's your source? Okay, let's go see what else.
What he's doing is take Jabari.
I feel like Jabari took that debate. He demonstrated allegory. He demonstrated.
Okay. He demonstrated allegory. Does allegory deny literalness? No. Right? Does allegory deny that something is literal? No. Why? Because fiction and nonfiction can be literal.
It won't be literal.
Okay. So what is he talking about? He feels that Jabari took that debate. Okay. Hold his nuts.
The difference between what's literal and what's not. He gave us
nothing in their conversation even began to talk about what's literal and not, right? But he gets now to say with all of that off-topic stuff, he gets to say Jabari won a debate, and now we're talking about literal. Let's listen.
Definitions for all of it and very fine examples. He gave us the scholars that support all of that.
What scholar did Jabari give that support that the netter rule or not literal? What scholar, liar?
I don't know. All I know is Reggie quoted Manetho and another actual Egyptian priest that clearly said that they did believe in it.
Yeah, Pedosiris. And this is in the late period in Greek. Manetho in Greek. So now you have a equivalence between Greek. He's speaking in Greek of the Medu-Neter, right? Then you have the Christians, Eusebius and the rest of them, disagreeing, but they understand that it's what these people literally mean, and they agree for their Christianity. So now, not only do you have equivalence of theo and neter in Greek, now you have Christian people saying, "I hear what you're saying. I don't agree." But just saying I don't agree doesn't mean that it's not literal, right? Because they have the definitions of the words. And they have now they're writing in Greek, so everybody understands that lingua franca, Manetho, Eusebius, and the rest. So what did he? This is non-secular, bro. This is embarrassing.
He gave examples of the sun that was the literal sun in the writing to show you Ra, which I felt like he should have probably used the word.
Stupid.
So the literal sun. Are you dumb?
You stupid. What? But so what? The Egyptians are talking about the sun. What are they talking about? Are they talking about the eye of Ra, right? Or are they talking about Shu? What are they talking about? Like these people is just word salad, and it's pathetic.
Words from the text because they have examples like Shu, where it's just the sun and it's talking about the heat that emanate from it and the rays and stuff.
Aten is a sun disk. In the Ra cosmology, it's the eye of Ra, right? So what are they talking about?
like that, and that is not a netter because it's not no determinative therefore. So I feel like he should have.
Okay, so
It don't gotta be a
He don't
determinative
understand.
difference.
Yeah, he don't understand that point. You don't understand
No.
that point.
no. So I'm sorry you missed this, Harwin. You would have been thrown out anyway. So, King J was in there at the end, busting their belt to ass. These guys are not showing. So he thinks he showed meta-netter text by showing that gibberish.
Yeah, I
Like,
didn't see a source in either one of their presentations. Not one source.
no. So I need them out of this community. I need. This is not the type of. This is no scholarship, no sources, just spinning and shifting the label, right? Straw man. What he's doing, they're building these straw mans. These are all straw man arguments. You claim what you understand, and then you use that to say that that's true, right? And then you go against what Dr. Ricchetti says, and you don't completely understand what she says. These are straw man arguments. What else? It's getting late, and I didn't have dinner. So
To show that rather than just the sun, but I still feel like that make the point if you understand. And
no, I don't understand. So let me get to King J, if I can, putting belt to ass. Unc did a great job. Series B, if we shouldn't care about the ancient common people believe, what did the ancient priestly class believe? Do we have those sources? Right? Good question.
You gave them.
Right?
Yeah,
So
you gave them in the debate.
So Unc is putting belt to ass. Let's see what Unc got to say.
Let me speak.
Hold on, man. Hold on. You see how ignorant King J say?
He said nobody.
Are the netters?
Okay,
what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Ask them.
I thought the debate was about
ask them. Don't
if they were.
the debate is if they literal. Look, the debate is hold on. The debate is if they literal or not if Jabari believe it, not if Reggie believe it.
Right. What was the
If
title?
they literal or not, period.
Sa, what was the title of the debate?
Are the netters literal?
Kufu. They wanted the debate wasn't whether it's some scientific nothing. It was whether Jabari believed it or
not. That was see.
No, it wasn't. You adding that to it. You adding that to it.
Tim, hold on, y'all. Hold on, everybody. You're doing what I told you you're doing. You're narrative. That was not the debate.
It was.
No, it was not.
Hold on. You know what, ladies and gentlemen? I'm going to shut up. I'm listening.
The debate was are the netters literal? That was the debate.
To who, nigga? To who?
Period.
Period.
Reggie?
Period.
To who?
Period. Man.
That question both debated. That question,
nigga, y'all crazy, man. Y'all scamming. I don't like it. Y'all scamming, yo.
Either way. But let me ask you. Because I want to ask you what you were saying. Hey, hold on. Let me ask you the question. Now, are there 2 words? Do the Kemetic people have 2 words for the sun?
I don't care about the Kemetic people at all right now. I'm talking about this damn debate.
Now he doesn't. You don't want to answer the question.
I ain't answer no question to somebody have enough heart to say, the debate was
about. They got multiple words for the sun. What are you talking about?
The people.
So you knew exactly what the topic was. And based off of conversating with all these niggas on the panel, I thought maybe you was tripping and didn't know what the hell you was talking about. No. It was me that gave you that told you the topic. You know what? I love this because are we ready?
You can't get around it. I'm done.
So you didn't answer my question.
Hold on.
Damn God, bro. But if you poll the people about the netter, first of all, they don't even know about what the hell a netter is. I'm like, what? Hell no. They're going to relegate all ancient religions to hell no. But Christianity going to say hell yeah and hell no. So if y'all can't understand that, I ain't mad at y'all. But Suntan, we want you to explain what the debate was. Suntan can't
hold on real quick before we get to Suntan. Hold on, Suntan.
Right, go ahead.
If you believe that an anthropologist would tell you, no, they're not literal, why would you then bring us a source from an anthropologist who call it mythology? And
anthropologist is not a linguist. Anthropologist doesn't know about language.
Has
right?
nothing to do with the topic.
Nothing to do with the topic, right? Okay, so there you go.
So this the scam. They want us. They want you to show an actual body of a neter to prove that it's literal. See, this is why they want the titles to be vague. Are the neters literal? So Sa can give Jabari and the Jabariites practicing their Jabariism a way out when they get proven wrong. When you see are the neter literal, of course we're talking about what the ancient Egyptians thought because they're the ones that wrote the text.
I'm gonna keep sa.neter out of this because it wasn't up to sa.neter except for after debate, right? I mean, that's his Mayweather, man. What you expect sa.neter to do, man? You know, what you expect? He's saying that we all beating up on him neter. What do you expect sa.neter to do, right? So I'm not gonna put it on sa.neter. I'm putting it on all of us for comprehension, right? I understand sa.neter, right? And it gives me a platform, right? I understand it. I'm not gonna. What I am gonna say is that people putting belt to ass to these knuckleheads, right? Okay. So.
And you try to use that source to say they literal.
Oh, you don't get it? Okay, it's a mix up in comprehension on this. This is how you're supposed to comprehend that. The anthropologists is saying mythology, but the people living back there don't know about no damn mythology, bro, at all.
Point.
To them, that's their religion. They will cuss you out or put an arrow in your damn head.
That's correct.
That's not true because they make the distinguishing between the two.
So
stop. Where do they make the distinction between the two, and what source, nigga?
Even if there is a distinction, you're acknowledging that the other exists. So you're saying they can't.
Exactly.
This is not intelligent. This is dumb.
This is bad wordplay. So let me get to King J because King J is on the bottom. King J is gonna put belt to ass. Okay, where's King J?
No, that is the thing that is actually depicted. So,
but wait,
wait. Damn God, bro. But if you poll people about the neter, first of all, they don't even know about what the hell a neter is. I'm like, what? Nigga, hell no. They're going to relegate all ancient religions to hell no. But Christianity going to say hell yeah and hell you know. So if y'all can understand that, I ain't mad at y'all. But Suntan, we want you to explain what the debate was. Suntan can't
do it. Real quick before we get to Suntan. Hold on, Suntan.
Right, go ahead.
If you believe that an anthropologist will tell you, no, they're not literal, why would you then bring us a source from an anthropologist who call it mythology, and that we know is not literal, and you try to use that source to say they literal?
Oh, you don't get it? Okay, it's a mix up in comprehension on this. This is how you're supposed to comprehend that. The anthropologists is saying mythology, but the people living back there don't know about no damn mythology, bro, at all. To them, that's their religion. They will cuss you out or put an arrow in your damn head.
That's not true because they make the distinguishing between the two.
So you're
what they call myth and what they call what actually happened in their history.
They didn't have myths, Daniel. There's no such thing as that. I'm saying the common folk, the hunter-gatherer tribes, they make up the majority of the people in Egypt, yo. They believe stuff was literal, yo. They didn't know, bro. That's all I'm saying. Y'all can't be don't take
you right on that, but you're still trying to change it up.
That concept literal though.
Yes, they did. I saw it. Seven. Stop, brother. They literally have a meta song. Wait, hold on, brother. Because you saying stuff that's not true. Can I cut you when you're wrong, brother? Can I cut you when you're wrong?
You can speak after I speak. Okay.
Go ahead, brother.
They didn't use that concept literal. Their concept was real,
right?
Because literal is attached to metaphor and exaggeration, and they used metaphor and exaggeration in their concepts. So
what is he talking about?
What is he talking about? So let's see.
What is he talking about?
These dudes is goofy. What is he talking about? What source? So let's hear what he has to say.
How stupid this is! I'm just saying everybody thought that it was according to the ancestors.
Right.
Can I explain it without being?
No, you can't explain it.
I need to explain it without being. I need this moment. I need this, ladies and gentlemen. I just need a moment to be heard. I'm saying that's why from this point going forward, we're no longer doing this. We will have a subtitle in our debates. madness.
Right.
Saw 7 said something that was, guess what Saw 7 said? He said what I said in my presentation the other day, that when anthropologists take a look back in culture, right, say the Hawaiians, and they talk about the volcano, right, they're going to say, according to these people, right, they believed it was a literal god, right? But there's no scientific evidence for them to say, yes, that's a god. He got it. So the point is, the debate could have been, which is crazy, about the netter. That was a crazy debate to have them two argue their personal opinion. Reggie don't. I get it now why Jabari kept saying he doesn't believe that. He kept saying, I'm like, why? Yeah, but hold on. But he kept saying it. But then he would use Egyptian text. I was like, that's mixy. Right? So at the end of the day, look, if you was to poll a group of people, is Jesus Christ literal? We're not talking about historical. I know y'all haven't been able to make that distinction, but it is a difference. If we was to ask people on this panel today, did Jesus Christ literally change the wine to water? Everybody on this panel would say, hell no. But you would have some Christians that say, hell yeah. You know why? Because we familiar with the damn God, bro. But if you poll people about the netter, first of all, they don't even know about what the hell the netter is. I'm like, what? Hell no. They're going to relegate all ancient religions to hell no. But Christianity going to say hell yeah and hell no. So if y'all can understand that, I ain't mad at y'all. But Suntan, we want you to explain what the debate was. Suntan can't
hold on real quick before we get to Suntan. Hold on, Suntan.
Right, go ahead.
If you believe that an anthropologist would tell you, no, they're not literal, why would you then bring us a source from an anthropologist who call it mythology, and that we know is not literal, and you try to use that source to say they literal?
Oh, you don't get it? Okay, it's a mix-up in comprehension on this. This is how you're supposed to comprehend that. The anthropologist is saying mythology, but the people living back there don't know about no damn mythology, bro, at all. To them, that's their religion. They will cuss you out or put an arrow in your damn head.
That's not true, because they make the distinguishing between the two.
So you're
for what they call myth and what they call what actually happened in their history.
They didn't have myths, Daniel. There's no such thing as that. I'm saying the common folk, the hunter-gatherer tribes, they make up the majority of the people in Egypt, yo. They believe stuff was literal, yo. They didn't know, bro. That's all.
Now I'm stopping. Reggie will never be a scholar because he chooses hate. Scholarship has nothing to do with any of that. Scholarship has something, your written content. So you don't know English words? In this place, a word can mean anything. It don't have no definitions. But Reggie's a good teacher, and I'm putting on a good show. You can have your point of view, but you're not using the word scholar right, because you're connecting it with hate. So that's what happens on YouTube, Black News 102, right? We don't know words. Oh, what happened to Harwin? He at the stage. So Harwin jumped off or something. So Harwin, you're back. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I had the StreamYard was tripping.
Yeah, and I don't know what happened to King J, but I was getting to King J putting belt to ass, and then I'm gonna get ready to end the show. Let me just go.
I'm saying y'all can't be y'all. Don't take
you right on that, but
where's King J?
I was just about to say.
He showed you the examples of it.
He wasn't doing that. Then why are you talking about it?
He was caught.
Joseph or something, brother. It shouldn't be nothing committed.
That was a good point he made, though. So that's why y'all shouldn't be fighting. He actually said to the Egyptians, the real would have been literal to them. He did.
Other ones are the primary example where they.
I don't want to listen.
I believe letters are. This is about what the ancient Africans believed that it was in his damn paper. In that.
Why are you not talking about the?
Gonna pass the bill.
What's gonna do? I didn't do those things.
Information to the people don't have source.
In regards to the debate,
My brother.
Mythos, Jews literal, brother.
Okay.
push forth to the masses. Man, all of that bum talk and listen, I'm done with this YouTube shit.
Hold on. Was that brother lost?
Review the debate.
Okay.
Just to get to two.
I'm telling you, Jesus is real. He existed, and then you say no, he's not real revelation.
Wait a minute, hold on.
I would ask you, maybe without ChatGPT, because if you asked what the question earlier posed to you was, what would you use? You said your brain, right? So I want to ask you
about my knowledge, my book, my sources.
Yeah, your books, you read the books, right? So it's in your brain, the mental. So you don't need, wait, Kufu. So hopefully you have this book. So I'm asking you in regards to Anjeti. Pull out the Anjeti book that talks about the gnomes in the now Delta, Gnome 9, Anjeti. Pull out that book if you have it. Pull out your book that talks about the goddess Neith in the now Delta.
N-E-I-T, right?
You have the book? Mm-hmm. Okay. She's a northern deity. Northern, nothing is southern.
Continue your point while he's looking.
Why he's looking at it with ChatGPT. So those were the two. In regards to you, I would direct you to the Temple of Seti at Abydos. It gives you 76 examples of human neters, right? 76 with the single stroke and the determinative of the neter. We actually can, if you can read it, it'll say neter nefer, the good God, right? 76 of them. So you ask for a prime in regards to that. In regards to hold on, but now you can't let me finish.
I said, go ahead.
And in regards to the primary for the Aten, I gave you that it was called the hymn of Aten. To be specifically, the text is Stella U and K. So it would be in the boundary Stella U and K within the tomb of the Aten, the hymn of the Aten. So if you are familiar with the Aten, Akhenaten, literally, he's revolutionizing it to make that that shouldn't be in contention right there, or be insecure to think that we wouldn't see the single stroke in that hymn, in that text. But I did want to refer you to the tomb of Seti in the Abydos, where we see the 76 Nasuts, right? Remember, then the word Nasut is neter as well, right?
Yeah, we know the word Nasut. Hold on.
Okay, so are you? And also,
wait, let him finish. Let him finish. So he don't say we cut him off.
The question, the direct question.
He should be almost done.
I am. The direct question I want to pose to you, Kim Netter, is: are you suggesting that those 76 Nasuts circled within the Nasuts, within the Shin, right? That says Neter, son of Ra, some of them says sa.neter, right? Son of Ra, literally suggesting that the Nasut is that son of Ra, the physical, literal embodiment of the deity Ra. Are you suggesting that Nasut is not a real? Those 76 Nasuts aren't real human beings?
I just want to know when you're done, and then I can respond.
That is the question. Are those 76?
All righty. So I want Harwin to close out, and then I'm going to before he closes out, I want to thank the people that supported me on this show today. You didn't have to. I appreciate you. So let me just see who supported me. Okay, Coach Keith. Thank you so much. Dwayne Harris, thank you so much. Right? Dwayne says, stay in a sweet spot. The Jabari haters lame. Coach Keith, I appreciate whatever you give me. My brother Born Dog, man, brother Born Dog, man. He says the phony squad. That's the phony squad is like the homie squad. Thank you so much.
King J said Google Squad.
Yeah. KOT, keep up the work and blessings. Thank you so much. Dermond, thanks for calling me an honest scholar. I appreciate it. Christine, Naja, you always come through. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's always good when the sister's watching. And Nana Asudu Kukabor, right? Chief linguist of the Ashanti people. I appreciate you. And I think that's it. And so I put my Cash App in one more time. And so Harwin, won't you close out? You're one of the bad guys. They don't, for some reason, they don't like you, but you're still here. So I'll put you on the big screen, even with your picture. Uh, tell us what you're thinking. Who's your next target? Your prey, right? Who you gonna bang out? Um, that would be great. So let me put you on the big screen. I don't even know if I can. There, maximize. So, Brother Harwin, you got the floor on Brother Reggie's show.
Oh, I
What's up?
appreciate it, brother Reggie. I think that King J just closed it out pretty good. Brother Reggie, all you need to do is show one that was literal. He just showed 76,
Exactly.
and they couldn't say nothing.
Because in the debate, Jabari said there's only three exceptions to the rule,
It
and
shouldn't be zero.
right, but right for him, but that's what my opponent said. Three exceptions to the rule of deified ancestors that they could say were, or they, or uh, every king is an important nature that's deified. Every king. Then it's humans. So there are uh, dozens and dozens of humans that were made special, right? Deified, had what do you call offering tables, dozens and
Mm-hmm.
dozens, right?
Imhotep.
So what is Imhotep? Uh, um, uh, let me. There's, I think you'll see. There's
I
there's
think Taharka was deified, but
Amen,
again,
Amenhotep Hapu. There is
Hatshepsut.
uh, uh, well, she's a ruler, so I wouldn't put it. I'm talking about common people, right? So there's Terranetta, right? Uh, which Terranetta. So there's no exception to the rule that my opponent could have quoted. So where what they're doing is just word salad. So what else are your thoughts?
Uh, Reggie, you did a great job. OG Sa, your elder Sa, the legend. If you watching, check your email, man. I sent you an email Sunday. What's going on? But other than that, we know the Nets are literal, and Africa should speak for herself, not modern opinions of their children that has been disconnected from the African cultures. Africa can speak for herself. All you got to do is go study and find out for yourself. You will see. These tribes still believe this today. But I understand y'all want to be atheistic maniacs and want to go against Christianity so bad. You put down anything that sounds similar to Abrahamic religion. I'm not sorry to tell you, they believed in actual beings. They did. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay, and but everything that they classified it as a nature. So everything that they classified had a literal meaning. What these
Everything.
what these guys are doing is trying to look for things that are abstract, but before they're abstract, they have a literal meaning, and then there's abstraction, and then there's symbols, and there's metaphors. So uh, Mr. Sade, he got hands and feet put on him.
He said missile size.
I took off my socks and I rubbed it in his face, and uh, he can. I don't hear the do 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 do. The champ is here. I don't hear any of that. I don't hear any of the Mayweather stuff that you hear. All of that stuff went. All that. So it's a new day. It's a new day, and I don't have to brag. I just know the subject. Like Harlan, you don't got to brag. You just know the subject. King J ain't got to brag. He knows the subject. Smash knows the subject. Asar Khan knows the subject. We know the subject. Arguing the subject against people who don't know the language is disastrous. It's like, why am I even talking to these slave catching, female cosplaying people? Shout out to the pseudo killers because they're the ones who actually figured out what they was like. Weren't they female warriors, right? So they gonna go ham. I'm just introducing it, but I'm giving the author the pseudo killers, community of skeptics. We may how can I say we may not agree on their points, but with this thing with this new age Kemetic priest and his sycophants who don't even agree with each other. right? Because they was arguing with each other on the thing. And look, I was just happy to be here. It's a new day. This debate is over. I can do some other things. I can teach. And the bad thing about it is these bums, they don't know that Brother Reggie helped bring Kemet into this channel. They don't know that.
Man, put some respect on Reggie's name, man.
Yeah, put some respect. So with that said, Harwin, I want to say thank you. Oh, this brother says, Reggie, what can you teach the youth about solving conflict? Well, solving conflict, it depends on what type of conflict. Here, this is an intellectual debate. All it is an intellectual debate. There's no fighting, right? The youth need support from the whole community, meaning the youth need to see the elders, right? All of the elders doing work to help themselves and the youth. The youth primarily depend on their parents. I'm not nobody's parent here, right? So the first leg is the people's parents. Most of these kids, they don't respect outsiders. So the father, the mother, the aunt, the uncle, right? The cousins, that isn't a family. So family's got to be stronger. Brother Reggie has mentored and helped young people. My son, in maybe 4 weeks from now, is going to defend his PhD. Do you have a son?
Shout out to you, Reggie, and your son.
Yeah, my son was named America's rising black scientist, right? My son's friends, I know them, I encourage them, right? I encourage the kids in my neighborhood. But with them, I'm just Brother Reggie. I'm just Reggie. I'm like, hey, how you doing? How can I help you? What's going on? What's on your mind? You want to talk, right? I help them with their cases, right? And so the question is, what do you do? I'm a public intellectual. I speak to thousands of people when I do a show. What do you do? Why are you worrying about me, yo? Worry about what you do. I'm 61 years old. I hate when people do this. And then there's other people saying, you're supposed to be an elder. Yeah, I am. I may not be your elder. And so don't use that elder BS against me, yo. If you go and you say nasty things about me, I'm not your elder, right? I don't want to talk about you. I'm not going to try to be the better person when you disrespect me and then try to use me as an elder, right? I'm not going to do that, right? I'm not everybody's elder. I'm a person just like Harwin and everybody else on Black News 102. I just have a little bit more stature because I've been around a little longer. But I'm not the damn elder, yo. Yo, go find an elder. And if you want to learn from me, if you want to learn some things of me, if you watch the debate, you learn some things, right? So all of this extra, I got to be Captain Save-A-Hole. I'm not doing it. Here's the thing is, Reggie, can you see you and Jabari as grown black men get it together? I see that Nika with a K in the afterlife. That NAKK put a picture of me, in a tomb with a begging cup. That NIKKA put a picture in a live debate of a food trap saying a lunch money, like that. And he's supposed to be the better man. He's the high priest. So no, I'll see him in the duat. You think that I have to? What benefit is it for me? He does those things to me, and then I'm supposed to be the better man? No, I'm not the better man when a man decides to cross the line. I'm just not. I'm not gonna have you spit at me. I got a son, yo. My son occasionally watches this. He gonna see his father with a food cup? Yo, look, my son is in academia, but some people have sons that they come and see somebody for that, talking about their father. So if you don't think there's a penalty for doing that, you think it's all chi funny. It's not funny to me. It's not funny to me. You don't have a professional debate and put a picture in there, I'm begging for food. When I do really good shows. So no, I see him in a duat, right? That's where I see him, because he is supposed to be the person who calls himself a high priest. Now, I never thought he was. Right? He knows that I'm see, okay. So what do you want me to do with you? Okay, so what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do with you? sa.neter said don't block you forever, but I'm gonna put you on timeout. You doing too much, nigga. You're doing too much. Okay. So with that said, I'm exhausted. I'm gonna close the show. I want to thank everybody else. Let me just check to see if anybody else supported me. Mr. Bell, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Gregory Spotsville, thank you. And so everybody else, keep watching the show. Keep watching Black News 102 sa.neter Studios. And listen, man. Hey, Harwin's here. Harwin's fighting for the name of the game, and he ain't playing, right? So listen to what he say, or debate him, right? King J is in the game, right? Is in the game, right? So that's how we support young people. We give them opportunities. Harwin and the rest of them know that if they do good, I would say, yo, I agree with them and I push them. Harwin, how many people on this platform actually support you, bro?
Brother Reggie, sorry, MK. That's the one that come to my head.
Right. And I'm a big boy. How can I say? I'm a big boy in this channel, and I'm not gonna let them get you. I told you I had a private call with you. I told you keep your money, keep. Don't get distracted. You know who to get, right? Queens of the South, thanks for the super chat. Goes to the channel. Thank you so much. So let me just see how I'm gonna end this show. Okay. So Harwin, I'm gonna say good night to you, and
Good night, brother.
All right, thank you. I ain't gonna let them get you. Peace. So where am I? So again, here it goes. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny, family. After the debate, all that energy changes. There's some people that's gonna not ever change, but a lot of people just change overnight, right? The plan failed. Reggie was supposed to be jealous and hater. Reggie was supposed to come on and cry. Reggie not crying. Reggie's happy, right? It's a new day. So the Himnetchatepi is very vulnerable right now. He's very vulnerable. People on his heels because they saw that he didn't do a good job, right? So all of that extra stuff that's going on. And today I wasn't even banging too much on the Himnetchatepi. I'm banging on the Dahomey slave trading, female cosplaying people. Those dudes know full well there was the female warriors that the civilization. We do know that they're responsible for a lot of the slave trade, but these rocket scientists want to call themselves the Dahomey Squad. So that means they hate black people. There's nothing else that you can do with them. They hate black people. So with that said, they can't show you they love black people by calling themselves Dahomey people, right? They can't say that they love. How can you say you love black people and you call yourself the Dahomey Squad? These are the killers, the slavers, the sacrificers, and that's what they collectively came to the conclusion. Okay, So if that's the right thing to do, then we're lost. So with that said, I want to say thank you tonight. I played my little song that Nana A Pseudo gave me, and I want to say everybody, I wish you well, except for the haters. The haters, I'll see you in another life.
Doctor, brother, it's just a name. What matters is the fire, the heart that name. You walk with wisdom, steady and true. A living lesson in all that you do. You study the giants, stood on the ground. Bennett, Clark, and Jeffries, the wisdom you found. You read the past like a lantern's glow. Then turn that light so the young ones know. Dr. Reggie, we celebrate you. A master teacher, shining through, living treasure, deep and kind. You lift the people, mind by mind. Oh, Dr. Reggie, hear the praise. Your legacy lives in 1,000 ways. Respect to the elder, strong and free. You are a beacon for the world to see. In history, religion, culture too. You uncover truth and make it new. A researcher sharp with a patient hand, building bridges across the land. You speak with honor, calm and clear, and every room leans in to hear. You carry knowledge like a well-worn flame, passing it onward in your name. We celebrate you, a master teacher, shining through, living treasure, deep and kind. You lift the people, mind by mind. Oh, Reggie, hear the praise. Your legacy lives in 1,000 ways. Respect to the elder, strong and free. You are a beacon for the world to see. Not the title, but the way you live, the wisdom you embody, the care you give. You teach with grace, you lead with sight, turning all truths into guiding light. We celebrate you, a master teacher, shining through, living treasure, deep and kind. You lift the people, mind by mind. For the world to see.
I got another song, y'all. Here's my other song.
Yeah. Yeah. They said I had no shot, but I walked in with the proof, built on the shoulders of the elders and the wisdom in the books. I gave my thoughts away for years, no price tag on the light. Then they mocked me when I asked for crumbs for time I spent in flight, but I was raised by living gods, my mother and my father. I kissed the brim with reverence, felt my spirit grow much taller. From the lab to the debate hall, I came forged in flame. Every scar became a lesson, every silence held my name. Put some respect on my name. I came too far through the fire and rain. Put some respect on my name. I stood my ground when the pressure came. They can vote, they can judge, they can frame the debate, but I know what I fought for, and I know what I made. Put some respect on my name. Dr. Reggie, don't break. He came back to reclaim. Round 1, I felt the room shift when the truth hit clean. A 10 to 8 kind of storm, no cushion in between. Round 2, I got sharper, every sentence cut precise. Devastating with the facts, I laid the blueprint twice. Then round 3, I showed mercy because victory was mine. I already held the battle, had my dignity in line. So let the people be the witnesses, let the whole crowd see who the champion is. When the pressure tests belief, I stood tall in the toughest day. I did not fold or bend. Oh, I didn't come to borrow glory, I came to make it endure. Put some respect on my name. I came too far through the fire and rain. Put some respect on my name. I stood my ground when the pressure came. They can vote, they can judge, they can frame the debate, but I know what I fought for, and I know what I made. Hey, put some respect on my name. Dr. Reggie don't break. He came back to reclaim. No one gave me a shot, so I became the shot. No one held the line for me, so I became what I got. If you ask who the champ is, let the record explain. I walked through the toughest room and left with my name.
Thank you all. Everybody have a safe good night. Peace to the family. Nana Escudo made this song. Peace to him and his family.